This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet. It's been a great week of action here in Helsinki, and our Finnish adventure comes to a conclusion today. Day 2 of this ECS-W is the final day, with all 4 teams still in the running. Who will be our first ever women's champion of Finland? I'm Mr. Maximo. Welcome. This is the ECS-W Finland, and it starts right now. Good morning to you wherever you're watching from around the world, and welcome to another huge day in European cricket. It's day 2 of this ECS-W. We're going to wrap up the week with a lot of action. Tell you what, yesterday it was something else, wasn't it? We had all kinds of things going on, and expect more today, as we'll have 4 matches, including a 2 semi-final and a final series structure that will take us to the end of our week in Finland. So it's a funny day because we actually start the day with our final qualifying match, our final group match. It's match number 6 between Oulu CC and SKK. Then we'll have a bit of a break. We will have the 2 semi-finals, another break, and then our first ever ECS-W Finland final later on. But we do start the day with that match number 6 between Oulu and SKK. Let's see what happens at the toss with Suleiman Saeed, who's the tournament referee for the day. He's with the 2 captains.
It's Oulu and SKK. SKK is your call?
Heads.
Heads is the call, and it's heads.
We are batting.
SKK won the toss and they will bat.
SKK win the toss then and have elected to have a bat. And yeah, it was really interesting getting to know some of these players yesterday, including Malyan Hassan, the captain of SKK. You just saw her there winning the toss. Good confident move, I think, to bat first. But she is of Somali heritage, now Finnish citizen, does a lot of great work behind the scenes in sports in Finland. And I loved the way she came back after a bit of a shaky first game. Certainly seemed to get it right. And I think she's an inspirational leader for SKK, who do start the day in second position. You would expect that they probably will finish there, but there is a chance if Oulu were able to take all 4 points out of this, they could actually spring into second and completely shake up the semi-final structure. For Oulu, well, they had a bit of a washout to start their ECS-W, which didn't give them too much momentum. They find themselves on the bottom of the ladder, but like I said, if they can have almost the perfect game here, they could get into second place, and that just makes it a little bit of an easier path to the final, because if you do finish 4th, you have to take on the Lionesses, who are undefeated so far in this tournament. And Oulu, look, for a lot of these players, it's their first ever hardball cricket, so it's got to be pretty intimidating on TV with all the the bells and whistles of the ECN coverage, but I think they handled themselves really well. Remember, Oulu, it's a good 7 or 8 hours drive to even get to this ground in Kerava. Let's talk weather then. I can't say it's blue skies today, but I can tell you there's no rain at the moment, and hopefully it stays that way. Potentially showers floating around throughout the day, but the field, it does suck it up pretty well. I think we will get away on time, and just fingers crossed that if there is any rain, it's in the breaks and it doesn't really knock us off our planned schedule. Well, Andrew Ryan's been an absolute pleasure to work with once again, and he is going to be taking you through the first game of the day. I'll be there very shortly, but Ryan, I can tell you the news from the toss in match number 6 is that SKK, they're going to have a bat after winning it. Then, of course, we head into the finals part of the day. Rhino, over to you. Let's get the day started.
Mr. Maximo, thank you for that wonderful introduction. Fabulous to be here on the final day, sadly, at the Kerava National Cricket Ground here in Helsinki. But we've got some cracking contests lined up, and first one between Oulu Cricket Club and SKK. So it will be the final group stage, but we had all of the opening group stages yesterday. SKK put in a good stint with the bat in game 1 against their rivals, the Empire Lionesses, but the Lionesses managed to chase it down thanks to, in particular, strong partnership between Sheridan and Aria Kula. Nice bowling stint from Anhali from SKK, and she's shown herself to be one of the most talented players in this part of the world. Oulu, unfortunately, they played their second game against Play Cricket Swarmy, and despite an interesting start to that game, it was eventually abandoned because of a heavy shower that came down and lingered around Kerava for a good hour or two, which put a dampener on more ways than one in the middle of the day's play. We did get match 3 underway, and it was a pretty straightforward win for the Lionesses. It was a healthy start from Oulu. The two openers, Malapo and Disnyaika, put on a nice partnership, but after that, the strength of the Lionesses' bowling attack kept Oulu to 60 for 7, and then they chased it down. Even before halfway of the bowl of their batting innings, Lisa Bowering showing her class with 15 off 8, and Kula putting in another nice stint with the bat. Game 4, Play Cricket Swarmy took on SKK, and for a long time it looked like the Play Cricket Swarmy team was going to cause an upset here. Binish Wani, nice innings there, 13 off 9 at the tail end of the innings, but Divya on Harley, that was her coming out parade. 44 off 32, tremendous innings, and she was given support by the skipper, Malian Hassan, and they chased down the target in just a tick over 8 overs. And then a scintillating contest for the final game of the day. Play Cricket Swarmy put on a pretty strong target, 86 for 7. They were just held back towards the end, but they were powered by good innings from Stolt and Lokajay. And then the Lionesses, a little bit of a stuttering start at times, but while Stella Sheridan was there, you always felt the run rate was under control. And even when she departed, Bowering played a good innings. So they managed to chase it down with a few overs in hand, leaving the Lionesses clearly on top of the table after the 3 group stage games for them, not losing a game and a net run rate of plus 3.5. SKK, they are in pretty good position to take the second place here. As long as they end up with a point from this game, they will clearly move into second place. But Oulu will be looking to upset the apple cart and put the more fancied team under some pressure. I mean, look at the team lineups. SKK, Chihan Lei has come into their squad, but they'll be skippered again by Malian Hassan. She looked good with the ball at times yesterday and also put in a good stint with the bat. Oulu, they had good contributions all round. Gutsy stuff from burgeoning cult hero Katie Young. Cracked in the head while she was fielding at cover, but refused to go off the field and really gave her team some inspirational moments with the bat as well. And look at what the supercomputer is saying here. I'm not sure the supercomputer has woken up this morning because it's still talking about the previous match from last night. I suspect, though, that the supercomputer would be giving SKK the more fancied chance here. But Oulu have looked good at times. It's probably just consistency over the whole 10 overs of an innings that has harmed them today. Some very useful players in and amongst their group. There we have got the supercomputer finally has woken up from its slumber. It's done some quick calculations, and it has SKK an 89% chance of winning this game. SKK winning the toss and electing to bat first. They'll be hoping to put on a target probably somewhere near 3 figures, and then to use their strong bowling attack to squeeze the life out of the Oulu team. Dasnayaika with the ball. Start off. She bowled a couple of good overs yesterday. It's time to play ball here at Kerava. Maya Koyo opening the batting here with Swan Shah. It's a wide to get us moving to get the score underway. Very somewhat humid, or at least moist day out here at Kerava. A lot heavier atmosphere than we've had for the previous days of the tournament. A little bit too much movement. A delivery from Dustin Yako. Woke up this morning and looked out the window and there was a big fog sitting across the motorway. Beautiful view from the Fornom Apart Hotel prison cell. Couldn't see too many cars going along the motorway. Very, very heavy morning. Koyo plays and misses. It's a nice line just on that wide line. Nice bowling from Dustin Yaka. I like her trying to stick to that offside channel. Doesn't want to give Koyo the opportunity to get across on the back foot, hit it to the leg side. Another excellent ball. Driven to covers. Takes off quickly and she'll make it through for a comfortable single. So the first run off the bat. Looked very good with the ball yesterday, Okoya. In fact, possibly the most impressive bowler that we saw throughout day one of the ECS Women's Tournament here in Finland. Sure, she'll get plenty more opportunities with the ball as we go across today. A little bit of pressure on SKK coming into this game, favourites, but Olu were plucky yesterday. Nice ball from Dasnyika. See, when she bowls with a little bit of loop, she gets a pop off the pitch. It's almost a little bit more like playing a spinner in some ways, just because the extra air that she's giving the ball gets above the eye line and even off a good length that can really jump off the pitch. Fortunately, that's one she struggled with a couple of times, of the arm just getting dragged across the chest, not enough momentum. Get the feeling if she just ran to the wicket a little bit harder, created a little bit of extra momentum pushing through the stump-to-stump channel. The propensity to fall across the bowling action might be minimised. Not a bad ball, just drifts down leg. A little bit of late tail in to the keeper. Hearty crowd in attendance here at Kerava. Obviously all of the teams on show, or ready to support anyway. SKK club very much looking for success in the women's here after the men's team struggled. Group A. It's another ball dragged wide by Dasnyika. Shah still to get off the mark with the bat. Hasn't had too much come her way so far. One of a number of talented players. This SKK lineup really developing a good core rivalry between these two and also the Helsinki club, who's not represented here in the ECS-W. Nice line of the ball from Dasnyika. Slight misfield there at mid-on, but it doesn't cost them a run. It's just shot Yadav, left armour. Brings Koyo back on strike. Talked yesterday about Cricket Finland's desire to get her in the national setup as soon as she passes the age requirement. That's an excellent ball from Dasnyika. Return catch opportunity. Ball didn't hang in the air quite long enough though. And a few nervy moments for Okoya there. It was an excellent ball from Dasnyika. Fortunately, no result for her. 8 for none. One ball left in this first. Tremendous seed to finish the over. The ball flies down to fielder in the third man position. I think it's Maya Margi down there. She fields well. Can't quite get the throw to the keeper quickly enough. Speaking of keepers, the man who is the star of Monday Mitts for the Cricket Australia indoor social accounts on a regular basis, Mr. Vinny Sandhu.
Thanks very much, Rhino. Great to be here. Just sometimes my mic's like a nice old car. It takes a bit of a bash to get going. Here's a look at where we ended up at the end of day one. Of course, we had one game that was kind of not really a game. It was only a couple of overs. But, yeah, that 8.6 runs an over. So mid-80s, I think, is turning out to be par. Maybe when we get to the semi-finals and particularly the final, it might be a little bit higher than that. But it seems about right to me. And we had 5 Maximos yesterday. So when there's less Maximos, you start to appreciate them a bit more, don't you? This is a finger tipper for Dasnyika, who's bowling over number 2. And they're going to come back for the second. A couple of stingers we've seen. I mean, yesterday, I don't even know where to start, but we had all kinds of things going on. We had, at this time yesterday, I know you were off the first game yesterday, but we had pads being duct taped to legs. But, I mean, one thing, well, Olu for sure, for most of their teams, the first time they've played with a hard ball. And to do that in the ECN environment isn't easy. And obviously, Katie Young.
Is that a reference?
Close-up look.
Is that a reference to the fact they've used a cricket ball other than a grizzly before, or literally the first time they've used a hard cricket ball?
Grizzly is harder than a hard ball. Obviously, you get the occasion what's going to go wrong. This is one of those from Dissanayake, but I think the skill is just kind of shaking it off. Actually saw that kind of physically yesterday with a few bowlers just shaking it off, and that's a very good comeback ball. Though it is a free hit because of the no ball before, and it'll stay on a free because it just drifts down the leg side. But it's very exciting. It's also a bit kind of raw at times, I suppose. And I always take it back to this. Imagine if you'd just taken up a sport and then you had a whole bunch of armchair experts watching on TV. I'm sure you'd understand that'd be challenging. Good comeback though. There's a little bit of curling in Dissanayake, the way, or a lawn bowler that's bowling their last bowl, the way that she'll put the ball up and then kind of follow it up.
She just needs a sweeper to come through to just change the line from time to time.
I'd go as far as to say it might be pound for pound the most aggressive follow through in world cricket, Rhino. It's been a lot of fun. And if you just speak to the players, and I spoke to a lot of them after play last night and this morning as well, they are absolutely loving the ECN experience and exposure. Even though it's confronting sometimes. Good ball from Dissanayake. That's what I'm talking about. Takes a lot of courage.
This was an interesting point that came up before the Swiss ladies trip out to Belgium that you commentated on a few weeks ago, when the concept of being on the ECN was first noticed. Dissanayake comes in for fourth. Lovely ball. Koya pulls it. Nice nifty piece of footwork from there at the backward square region. A lot of the girls, actually, a lot of the women, I should say, almost reacted quite nervously with a bit of apprehension to the fact that they were going to be on a global television coverage. But actually, after getting into it, all of a sudden, it was like, being on the ECN is one of the greatest things we could have asked for, and we've now got our debuts captured forever.
Yeah, we're out to create a platform for people to be excited to be on. And I know sometimes nerves are a necessary part of development and experiences. I can totally understand what they're going through. Having played on TV myself a little bit, and I suppose I often put myself. You've actually played a fair bit of ECS, obviously for Cosnay, but I often put myself in the position of what if I'd go out and play a game? There's every chance I could just make a duck and everyone would be into me forever. But there's also the chance you can capture some really amazing memories.
When we get to the next over, I'm going to take you through my experience of the last ECS in Switzerland. Well, actually, now we've got a chance to do it. I distinctly remember, and I think our first game against Geneva in 2023 was probably the worst game of cricket I've played in probably the last 10 years, which is saying something from time to time, given form fluctuations. Dissanayake floats that ball up nicely, driven, catching opportunity, and it's taken. Excellent grab. Sunuri Paris is ecstatic. Dissanayake is over the moon. And look at the smiles and celebrations from Olu. Everyone dancing. I haven't seen this much pumped up celebration from a team all week. This is brilliant, Maximo.
This is exactly what we're talking about, creating these moments. There it was pitched up. It was on that length we talked about yesterday. Ball went up. Sunuri Paris takes it, and she is mobbed. And Olu, it's a good 8-hour drive away to the Kerava cricket ground. You can see there the pure joy, the excitement, the emotion, and this team of emerging cricketers are really bonding and developing in real time. Amazing stuff, amazing scenes.
I wish every bowler would dance like Sashini Dissanayake does when she gets a wicket. Brilliant stuff. 17 for 1. Yadav steaming in for the start of the third. Down the leg side a touch.
So you had a shocker.
So I had an absolute shocker. But I distinctly remember being at the top of my mark, being given the 9th over to bowl when we were already quite tight on timing, thanks to a little bit of sluggishness earlier in the innings. And there were 2 points that I remember from Maximo's commentary, because your voice carries quite well at that St. Gillen field. And as I was walking back to my mark for the first ball, and having some sort of lengthy introduction of...
That's good.
It's a good ball of
for line.
Rhino coming into bowl. for the first time on the ECN for a couple of years, and just thinking in my mind, what if I bowl an absolute shocker here after commentating on this network for a number of years? And it did turn out to be, as I said, actually a pretty ordinary over. But then in the last ball, just as I was about to bowl and we were down to a couple of seconds of the clock, hearing you say something along the lines of, I hope he doesn't bowl a wide here because then there'll be a 5-run penalty.
I remember that buzzer beater.
And then obviously as soon as, when you're running into bowl, and that is what you hear coming from the sidelines, the chirp of Maximo, all you can think of is, don't bowl a wide, don't bowl a wide. And of course, what happened?
Yeah, I'm guessing you bowled a wide.
Yeah.
This is kind of in the depths of my mind.
Which I also heard a substantial cackle from the commentary box after that ball was set down the leg side.
But I mean,
sure it was.
As you know, I've played a lot of cricket and I can totally relate to what you're saying. That's a really good ball from Yadav. And Koyo just having a little bit of a dead spot here. Needs to find a way out of it. 3 balls left in this power play. That'll help a little bit. Yeah, I do remember that actually. And look, it's one of those things. I also think that individually you tend to think that everyone will remember every mistake that you make and judge you on it, when actually you're probably the only one that remembers it. Everyone else has moved. The ECN universe moves so quickly.
It's nice. They strike out there to mid-wicket and they will take the one.
I mean, it's not even tomorrow's fish and chip paper. It's almost like an hour ago's fish and chip paper.
This is what I said to the Swiss ladies, that you then control the narrative and you post what you want on social media, and ultimately that's probably more what your family and friends are going to remember from the contests.
Yeah, you're exactly right. But it's new, it's innovative, it's different.
Groundbreaking.
Yeah, groundbreaking is a good word. But to televise cricket at this level, it hasn't really been done to this standard. Now that's not a funny one. I haven't got this one side on. There's another one of those ones that maybe they would have looked at. It's called no ball anyway, so it's going to be a free hit. It'll still be a free hit. It's good to see Leah Martin out there, isn't it, for SKK? I think she's done a really good job behind the stumps. She
really good job behind the keyboard during the week.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Minnesotan. Tied up here a little bit, doesn't she? So won't be off the mark yet. Like, this one inexplicably gets past the fire, and it might create a run-out opportunity in the end. They decide to turn it down. Yeah, SKK, it would be a huge shock if they didn't hold on to second here. They need a point to do that, and they come in big favourites to win the game. But yeah, this structure, I looked at it the first time, I was like, well, hold on, what? But now I get it. It guarantees everyone a 4th game, which I think is great for a team like Oulu, who if you just went top 3, they'd be a long car ride back, especially when they had a washout. I just think, obviously it's a tough one. They're likely to be taking on Lionesses in their semi-final, but again, it's another game to see where they're at, and they're certainly getting more competitive game by game. That's the end of the 3-over power play in SKK, 25 for 1.
So it's an interesting one you mentioned about Leah coming from Minnesota. I'm not sure if she has this heritage, but you might not know, Maximo. Minnesota has the highest proportion of people with Scandinavian ancestry in all of the United States.
I didn't know that, but now you mention it, it makes sense.
It's a thing,
Yeah.
It's good to see that they found one of the Scandinavians decided not to break out from their freezing cold winter temperatures and go to Florida, for example, or Texas or Arizona. They've decided, no, we'll plump ourselves in one of the coldest spots in the United States.
Some kind of an exchange policy, sending Leah back.
It's reparations for the many years of Scandinavians coming to America.
She was great to watch yesterday. I think she's really enjoying herself. She'd love to get a few runs here. Hey, Pyrrhus, who took a great catch earlier, she's going to come on and bowl over number 4. Still recovering from all the back slaps, maybe after pouching one.
Hasn't harmed her bowling, though. That's a great start. A little bit of nibble off the deck.
Yeah, nice bit of outswing here. A little bit of the right to left movement.
Her follow-through looks a little bit like me at 10-pin bowling, where there's just a nervous look on one leg to see where the ball is going to end up.
Oh, I love it. Doing a good job so far, Olu. I would study the footage overnight. But that's one thing, actually, that speaking to all players, one said, yeah, we've gone back, we've looked at it, we've seen certain things that we probably need to need to work on. That should be a no ball actually for a couple of reasons. I think will be called. I think. Oh, I didn't see a signal. It's Paris. That will be a no ball anyway, and it's a pretty nice hook shot from Martin, and that will get to the boundary. Didn't get a dive in, Chakradari, and so free hit coming up. And again, for someone with, I assume has a bit more of a baseball, softball background, that's not really a shot that you practice.
Not one you practice in cricket that often, to be honest.
That's true as well.
But actually, to be fair to Martin, she's made great contact with that shot. That ball's in an extremely awkward position. Put it away well.
Yeah. And so now we'll get the benefit of a free hit, so maybe a bit of natural justice. Paris, a bit of an up and down over so far, and there's still plenty of it to come. Nice shot again, as she will test out the fielder this time. Good work from Chakradari, who keeps it to 1. Well, I like this from SKK as well. They know they just need to point out of this game. They are, I think, giving a few opportunities to batters that are quite capable. Maybe haven't had too much of a chance to shine, haven't had too many opportunities so far in the tournament. So that's only good experience, I think, going into the afternoon when we get into the semi-finals as well.
Indeed, Maximo. Paris really working hard on preserving the ball.
Koyo.
Deep breath. Beautiful delivery.
In a bit of a kind of mini slump, isn't she, here, Marty? And again, she's someone that will qualify for T20I cricket in September. I know they are playing for an exemption for her to play a little bit quicker, a couple of months earlier, given that she's almost the minimum age of 15 required by the ICC. She's a great prospect. Oh, I like desperate shouts of catch it. It's difficult to find a fielder in the middle of the pitch sometimes, but again, this is almost another pop-up catch.
The gesticulations from Paris towards her wicketkeeper, Malapa. The screams of catch it, catch it. Love it.
Didn't have to be a lip reader to follow that one. Have you ever gotten... oh, geez, could be a chance here. Oh, Martin, great slide in. It's almost like a stolen base there, Rhino.
Good desperation.
She's a gamer.
She's a feisty cricketer, isn't she? She plays with a smile on her face, but she's pretty determined.
Love the efforts. So we've had a yell of catcher. We've had the dive in from Martin. Faces up now.
It's a nice shot from Martin. Pulled for the single, backward of square.
Yeah, it's good footwork. I mean, Martin's very good at getting across and opening up that leg side to balls that are pitched short. And it is probably the most natural shot to play. I don't know how to describe it, but it kind of follows your body's natural pathways to be able to swing across the ball, a ball that's short of a length. Like that.
Nice final ball from Paris. Swung away to the leg side. Well, I thought it would only be a single, but perhaps it's going to squeeze. Oh, I think actually the foot's gone onto the rope at the same time, contacting the ball.
This ball had stopped, but she then kicked it back, and part of her shoe's on the rope. And we'll get a freeze of this. I'm sure I didn't see it wrong. Look at this. There. So she actually kicked the rope back into the ball.
That's pretty unlucky.
Which is, yeah, but I'm sure, had the ball stopped before that? It had. So that will be 4. So, man, a bit of a face palm moment, hey, but it's all part of the process. That will be the end of the over. It'll be 39 for 1 after 4. I don't think I've ever quite seen that.
No, it did remind me of one that popped up on the European Cricket Network socials from the archives the other day, though, Maximo. I can't remember if it was
Bulgaria
it was
one?
at Bulgaria where
yeah.
Fielder makes a great diving save to keep the ball in play. The ball stops about 4 or 5 inches from the rope. Then he contacts it while
and
he's
that's
on
a good
all
example.
fours.
I'm actually going to try and send one. Maybe we can get up on the screen after 5 overs. That is even better than that one. So yeah, that one gets a lot of airtime. Where he basically he makes a great stop. He's over the boundary. His whole body's over the boundary, and then he slaps the ball back, which is already the ball's stopped inside the boundary. He slaps it back, but his whole body's over the boundary. That one went a bit viral. But I've got a hidden gem from 2021 that I'm going to try and I'm going to try and dig up for you.
Going back
in the
into
next
the
couple overs,
archives.
yeah.
Yadav continuing with her left armers over the wicket. Martin 7 off 6. She's going at a good clip. Great swing across the line, but makes good contact and it rolls away for a boundary. Excellent batting from Leah Martin. She's playing a gem of an innings here. Got her feet moving forward. Got to the ball before it bounced. Excellent swing across, and the imposing figure of Roadkill, Disneyika, on the just outside the boundary line, barking occasional instructions and insights to the Oulu team. Lovely ball from Yadav. Pitches just outside off stump, and with the angle, moves across and beats the outside edge of Martin's bat. It's amusing watching Maximo go through his phone, basically the uncredited archive of the best of European cricket clips. So that's swung away. It's 2 boundaries in the over from Martin. This is the over that she's decided to accelerate. Yadav drifting a touch short, but it was more the line down the leg side. And it's too easy. She plays cross-bat shots well, Leah Martin.
It's the new layout of iPhone that in the photos I find pretty annoying.
Which aspect of that?
I don't know. They've just changed everything. Anyway, I'm still confident I'll be able to dig it up pretty shortly.
Search the Maximo metadata. Bit of elevation on that delivery from Yadav, but drifts wide.
A little bit of out drift there.
Not sure why Maximo came up on the screen now. Not sure if we've had a Maximo of wides in the over, but
might be in advance. Maybe it knows something we don't.
Premonition. Putting a little bit of extra air the last couple of deliveries, Yadav, but drifting a touch wide. I like that she's persisting with her over the wicket attack though, Maximo.
Yeah, true. And she'll get to know probably a bit more of where to start that ball. Problem is, if you just aim with your arm, I've mentioned this before, you can lose your natural movement. So it's about kind of adjusting your angle of approach and the position your body is in when you come in. So if you want it to go a bit more right, for her, she should probably start her run up a bit more to the left. That's a pretty good ball.
Lovely ball. Beats Martin outside off stump again. It's the advantage of the left armour. When it pitches in the right spot, the natural angle will make it difficult. You find most of the ladies probably prefer to hit with some power on the leg side. It's a difficult channel for them. Martin tries to pull another ball down the leg side. Could have been a shy at the stumps. Koya might have been in trouble, but she scoots through and completes the one.
Got it.
You found it?
But it'll take them a little bit of time in the truck to sort it out. But I'm confident we'll be able to. It's gotten pretty dark around here, hasn't it? In the last couple of minutes.
Big swing from Koya, takes to the outfield. Fortunately for her, it lands in no woman's land. And she safely scoots through for the one. So 1 ball left in the over from Yadav. Aside from the extras, she's come up with a couple of good deliveries in this second over. SKK nicely poised though, 55 for 1. It's another good ball, lofted. It's catching opportunity for Yadav. Unfortunately, she cannot take the return catch and has a crack at the stumps, but Martin's safely in her ground.
Yeah, Martin, she loves a dive, but also it was quick work actually. Yadav then turns around and says, "Hey, might have a second chance at this," and she was right.
Be disappointed she didn't complete the catch.
In the fact that they somehow got a run there, I find quite amazing as well. But it shows that Martin's very quick.
Feisty.
Feisty's a good word. Real kind of counterpunch.
Well, we've had a retirement.
Yeah, we do. Okay, so yeah, opportunity's been given, and I think that Koyo, who's batted through the 5 overs, they've said, all right, you've had 14 balls, she's batted fine. And I do think she's just probably a little bit out of nick there. Maybe a bit frustrated, but she'll be retired out for 9, so that'll be 55 for 2, or 56 for 2 at the end. Unless he's still got it. Yeah, 56 for 2 at the end of 5. Let's go back to the action now.
Back on the same camera angle we had a few
Yeah,
days
well,
ago.
will be 4 runs, gets through the 45. Again, we're just giving you the eagle eye view here. Nice look.
Can you hear a bit of a rumble of thunder in the background occasionally? I can't discern whether it's trucks from the motorway or that we're within storm range. And I'm not sure the igloo's perfect protection from the storm. It's not quite got the same sturdiness as an actual igloo.
Yeah. Well, I think a lot of our connections have gone out. Oh, there we go. We're back. Something's happened. That's the reason. There's no ball. Shame she's good at that shot, Martin. She'll get one. And when Harley gets strategically put in the game, he's the regular kind of number 3, but when Harley could even open as well. Good shot. Instinctive shot. But free hit coming up. The old
pretty good at the overhand swat.
Can't get out first ball rules for Divya.
Well, bit of a warning from the umpire about the head-high full tosses. Pyrrhus, none for 20 in her spell so far. Good line. Oh, they charges down the wicket, swings it straight, but slightly mistimed, so she'll only roll through for the single. Batted very well yesterday.
Sent the videos, a couple of technical glitches at the moment, but they're going to try and get it up. So I won't spoil it. We'll come back to it later in the game. Kind of an eeriness about the ground, and it was already quite dark when we started.
Nice couple of balls here from Paris. It's a lovely line just outside off stump.
And I will say it's not dark very often here in Finland because
this is darker than we probably had it
you
at
don't
about
have any
4 a.m.
full darkness at this time of year. You might get kind of 3 hours of almost darkness.
Shot from Martin, punched through the covers, showing she's very capable on the offside as well. I like the way she runs between the wickets too, Vinny. Hustles quickly, but she's always alert for the extra opportunity.
Yeah, I think that's something that I was just speaking to the Oulu team as well. That something you don't really practice too much is running between the wickets, except you're in a match situation.
Cracked back at Paris. Nicely taken. Yes, it shows how much there is so much to learn in this game, isn't there, Vinny? You've got different shots with the bat, different forms of bowling to find out what you're comfortable with, catching, throwing, moving, running between the wickets and the techniques around that. That's why we love this game. Stroked nicely to mid-on, but Arya Singer makes a nice stop. It's been a pretty good over from Paris.
Yeah, 65-2. All right, let's roll the videotape. This is from 2021. Probably my favourite. Now, this fielder, Ashish Mata, hadn't fielded anything all day, and he finally took an amazing stop. Look at that. Great stop, right? Wonderful. Well done. Only one problem. He then threw the ball backwards over his head. So, yeah.
I do remember that one from back in the day.
One from the archives. Anyway, back to live action here. Oh, it's a good one, wasn't it?
Katie Young coming on for her first over.
Maybe we can... That's actually a really good shot. Will it go? I think will. It's going to keep rolling into the rope. And Harley has got a good technique. We saw that yesterday. She was brilliant in the field. Also pretty important with the ball. This one again, because it's just short enough for her to get a good look at it. Still get on the front foot.
Made her own pace, but played it still with timing. Nice ball from Young first up.
And also, when the connection starts to go out, it means the clouds are very heavy.
Harley steps down the wicket, swings it to the leg side, and will only take the one.
Good morning to everyone in the chat as well. I heard Rob Thompson. Nice to see you in there, watching from New Zealand. Just a shame a lot of the Americans. I mean, they should be having late night watch parties when Martin is in the side.
Should do. Beaten outside off stump, but it would be called wide. And
let's talk about Katie Young. I mean, she was brilliant yesterday. She really had a good old-fashioned dig at the game. Her batting, even though she had a difficult situation to deal with. And then, obviously, took that nasty one. I mean, the ball was hit really hard. And I think it did get a little bit of her hand on the way through. She just was tough as nails. Love to see it. Kind of play will really lift your team.
Hit that layup. Nice shot. Just dragged out down to fine leg. Scoot through for the one.
Yeah, so I'm just going to check the radar.
Could you check any lightning strikes that are due in the next 10 minutes?
Just to see if it brightens things up.
Oh, lightning almost struck there for Katie Young. It was a mistimed shot that she induced from Harley. Fortunately, Aria Singer's gone down on her backside, scooting around trying to field that ball, but it doesn't cost them an extra.
So the forecast has us potentially getting a shower in around an hour, it says, give or take. But then it also says...
If European cricket was to do a Dr. Seuss book, would it be called A Shower in an Hour?
Shower in an hour, I love it. I think, that to me it's still a no ball for off the pitch. Just technically, it's a second bounce after the line, which isn't going to be a no ball anyway. Tries to hit it with smart because it was already a no ball, so free hit coming up again. But the other thing that I find slightly concerning, severe wind warning, but we have no wind at the moment. But I've learned a few things, a few meteorological phenomena since I've been doing this job and been outside so much.
A lovely shot from Martin. Picked up that ball was going to be in her hitting zone if she adjusted her footwork a touch. Got into great position, swung it just backward of square.
Thought square, like umpire was under attack there. No, Martin, excellent shot. She's very good at kind of working out what's in her zone and going after it. And so she races to 27. But if there's a big wind warning or if there's big wind expected, this whole calm before the storm, it's a real thing. If there's no wind, big wind's on the way.
Good ball from Young.
That's one that probably she should have identified to get outside and play the same shot. It had the kind of length to do with it. You don't necessarily have to have the line perfect because she does hit it so well. End of the over, though.
Credit to the bowler, though.
Yeah.
It's a good finish, and she got it on a good length, good line, a little bit of pop off the pitch. Having a look at the schedule, Maximo, and hopefully if rain doesn't get in the rain, wind, storm, lightning doesn't get in the way, then we won't have any problems getting through that first and second semi-final. Obviously, we know the Lionesses are already qualified to participate in the second semi-final, but still all the other places up for grabs. And it looks like we've had another retirement in the meantime, Maximo.
Yeah, let's get back to live pictures here. I wonder if they've... Yeah, they have retired Leah Martin, not because he's done anything wrong. I think it's just about trying to give an opportunity, but Leah, well batted.
Shanmuganathan comes to the crease. Gnarly's been cracked by Dustin Yaika with a thunderbolt. Good to see SKK rotating through their batting lineup. As you mentioned, Maximo, probably some tougher games coming up this afternoon for them, but they're getting a fair challenge from Oulu here. Saved Dustin Yaika for her second over for the back end of the innings. Nice ball, well struck by Anhale though. Excellent cricket all round. Great placement, and despite the effort of Yadav sliding into the boundary rope, that will go for 4. She's got some lovely footwork, and when she hits straight, Vinny Harley's got some really attractive shots.
Yeah, definitely. And again, I love the effort there from Yadav. She's a real workhorse as well out there in the field. And Harley, though, tuning up. Should be a real key player for SKK. And look, Lionesses might have gone 3-0, but this tournament ain't a done deal. I mean, SKK, they're playing some very good cricket.
It's another excellent ball from Dustin Yaike, but the footwork from Anhale and a diving stop from Yadav keeps it to the 1, despite the fact that Shanmuganathan was looking to come back for the double.
That's a good example of there probably is 2 there. Get a fielder on the ground. Yes, they might be throwing it in, but how fast they're throwing it in, can you beat the throw? I think Shanmuganathan was probably right to be looking for 2. Would have gotten Harley back on strike as well.
Heads up cricket.
Yeah, heads up play. That's exactly right.
Bit of the George Bailey about her stance, going out to covers. And the play on the offside, swing and a miss, but it'll be called wide.
Let's just hope if we do get a bit of rain, it's not much and it's in the break, because
we do have a break, don't we?
The reason, and people go, well, what's going on with the break? It's to do with the fact that we can't really toss for a match until we know the teams are known that the toss has to be done a certain amount of time before the match starts. So that's why we don't actually know theoretically what the 2 versus 3 matches is just yet.
Not to do with our morning tea schedule.
It's a good idea though.
Dustin Yaika, nice ball outside off stump, and it's been called wide.
I think it was. Again, they strictly just do it on the wide line. The line does belong to the bowler. If they are outside the wide line, then it should be called wide on the offside.
Dasnyaka in the middle of a good second over here, despite a couple of wides. She's gone for 16 across her 1.5 so far. See if she can finish well. Goes for the big in swing up. Drifts down the leg side. Good to see Scotty from ECN Supporters Club Australia. Almost every day this week we've had young Scotty in there, but saying
Hope you're
happy
enjoying
Sunday
weekend.
to everyone.
Enjoying weekend,
Absolutely.
Scotty. Yeah. Enjoy a big this time of year. It's a big footy weekend in Melbourne. It's always great to get over there. I haven't been there for a couple of years now. Melbourne's the only city in Australia with trams still operating as a regular mode of public transport. I love it, actually.
You love a good tram.
There's quite a few cities in Europe that have the trams. I'm now living in Prague.
It's a strangely loved piece of transport infrastructure, isn't it? The cities that have them are very dedicated to the concept.
For me, it's the ding they make. Also, you know where they're going to go. They're on tracks.
Very true. Very true.
The cars and buses, they can swerve anywhere at any time.
Well, have you seen the latest transport investment in Brisbane for what they've christened the Brisbane Metro, but is actually super long buses, super efficient because they run on electrics and get charged in very quick time at the end of routes. But they're not actually a train metro. It's all buses.
Long buses.
Yep.
I have to dig a bit deeper into that.
Going on dedicated busway lines. That's an excellent shot from Shanmuganathan. Talked earlier that her stance puts her in very good position for the offside shots.
Oh, God. This is the thing. It's go time now.
Yep.
I mean, Unhale.
She's looking for
maybe
it
she wants
too.
to strike, but the thing is, you've got 7 wickets in hand. Start squeezing a few extra runs. What's the worst thing that can happen? You get run out, someone else has to go. You know, this is the kind of one thing I think the players will learn a lot, especially about T10 cricket, is you need to take some risky runs.
Wow, but Harley says, sorry, Maximo, I'd much rather just mash a maximum. That would have been 6 on the men's field. That's a beautifully struck shot.
Divjat is playing chess and I'm playing checkers because she knew exactly what she was doing. She fancied it. And you're right, it's a really good shot. Maximo, first one of the day. And that's probably one reason you do settle for the one when you've got a player of this quality available.
Clever, canny play, pops and runs on the offside. Gets herself back on strike for the start of the 8th, and SKK 98 for 3.
I'd like to unreservedly apologise to Divjat and the entire Unhale family for suggesting that they should have taken to the ball before she smashed one of the biggest hits of the tournament so far. And then she knew exactly what she was doing. She wanted that strike. She'll get it. So 98 for 3 at the end of 8. I suppose what it also came down to is, given the game situation, they probably are trying to get Shanmuganathan a bit more batting as well. That's why she's been put out there. Obviously,
look at her stance, though, at the non-strikers end. It's one of the best that I've seen throughout this entire weekend, Vinny.
Let's break down how she backs up. I like it. She waits, almost waits for the ball to get released, but then that's a perfect position to be in. But this is something that I actually talked about a bit during the Czech series. By the way, clock has expired. I think we might have some pens. At least they've gotten into the 9th over, so it'll only be 5 penalty runs. But, yeah, what I was going to say is Shanmuganathan's got a really good technique of backing up, of that she goes about 3 metres and then stops and waits here. See? So we had Mimi Suchkova, one of the young Czech players. She was just kind of running. She loves, but then the problem is she would sometimes be run out, balls went straight back to the bowler, or she would take off for a run that wasn't there if the batter called no. So it's all about taking a lead and then propping so that you can either continue with the run or you can go back. Or there are sometimes you just, I call it propping, just staying where you are. So in women's cricket, it can be, depending on the speed of the bowler, it can be a bit of a challenge to know how far to go. I generally say take 3-4 steps and prop. And then you've just shorten your pitch.
Completely sure what's going on in the discussion between the umpire and catch. So they have informed them of the 5 penalty runs
True.
being awarded now.
Yeah, so like I said, could have been worse, could have been 10. We did have a 10er first game of the Madrid series, actually. This is a good shot from Unhale. She's really hit both sides of the park very well. And SKK, this is a very, very healthy score. I'm just looking back at yesterday, and the top score of the day yesterday we saw was 70. Well, no, actually it was 87 by Empire, but that was in a chase, and they still had some area to go. But first time we've seen the 100 breach, and it's going to be breached comfortably. But I mean, also, I think you're seeing from both sides, especially in this game, which is a game which I don't think is going to affect the standings. This is a time maybe to give opportunities before you play what you think is essentially your best strategic lineup in the semi-finals later. Dissanayaka's just had her ups and downs in this spell, and you can see her looking around, she's a bit frustrated. But
she's one I wish would try coming over the wicket a little bit more too. I think actually that angle of coming around the wicket, and sort of she's dragged a few down the leg side. Now she's overcorrecting by pushing a few through the offside. She just makes mincemeat of my observation by coming up with a perfectly pitched ball just outside off stump. But once again, as we've said a few times throughout the men's division, there's a little bit of a trend developing for bowling around the wicket.
Yeah, true.
Don't like it.
I mean, often if it's a left-hander that's kind of putting a bit of work on the ball, maybe spinning the ball away from the right-hander, then you can understand it a bit more. But Unhale will take a single here. Let's see if Shanmugathan can get a few runs. She only had to face the one ball so far. Yeah, I'd like to work kind of off the ball. Dissanayaka, 3 balls to go in the 9th.
Shanmugathan was about to play thrashing shot through the offside, I think, and then decided just to take the wide.
Did come back a little bit. Umpire thinks it gets a bit of the zone. Maybe a bit of a friendly call there, but you can understand it.
Nice strike from Shanmugathan. They'll scoot through for 1. Katie Young coming in and fielding the ball cleanly for Oulu.
Yeah, there's probably a case, I mean, you don't want to overcomplicate things. There's probably a case for that wide line being a little bit wider in the women's game as well, given the longer pitch and the lower speed. As a batter, you do have the opportunity to hit a lot of these balls. Balls just
it's not the worst shout, actually, Maximo.
Definitely could, but then we sometimes have alternating games, for example. It gets a bit complicated with the markings.
Had the discussion around Switzerland of how to structure games, as that's the end of the 9th over. It has certainly all happened in the 9th, as Dissanayaka finishes 1 for 21 per 2, and SKK 116 for 3, of how to get, it looks like a double retirement here. Both batters walking off, so we're going to have 2 new entrants to the cauldron.
I like that they're doing this. You know, I think you sit there with your pads on, you don't get a go. It's not like you get to play every week, especially in this environment.
But just coming back to that point about development players, I certainly wouldn't mind, and it's a hard thing to designate who's a developing player, who's a sort of more elite player and the like, but I'd love to see the ability to give more confidence and to give more opportunities bowling in games for those developing players, and potentially just having a less harsh wide line structure, even opening up that leg side rather than having such a strict, if it's down the leg side, it's wide, because it's such a frustrating thing. And you can see with new players, as soon as they bowl 2 or 3 wides in an over, they start to get very frustrated, very nervous, feel like they're letting the team down. But it's a complicated thing, bowling a ball 22 yards on a cricket pitch. And sometimes these balls just shifting down leg side are minor errors in line. They're balls that the batters could easily hit.
So double retirement makes it 116 for 5 with an over to go. And it's nice to see Chi Han Lei out there. She's not facing at the moment. Carrie Wadacre is going to face up. So your last over coming up. Yeah, it is a complicated one. You're exactly right, because you've got such a range. Now, the one thing with me, and I've said this for a while, and this is coming from a strictly gameplay point of view, is that everything in the women's game is slightly smaller for biological reasons. It's 20% smaller field. Even the circle in T20I is smaller. But the one thing that's sacrosanct in cricket is the length of the pitch, because it's one of the first laws, or the first. It's actually the only law that has never changed, 22 yards, even since they were rolling the ball along the ground in the 1600s, right? So any thought of that is met with a measure of resistance. But I think from a gameplay point of view, it actually would improve the game a lot. That's just my personal opinion.
Possibly at certain levels. I guess in the same way that in various countries for juniors, they're now playing.
I even think
pitches.
at the top level. I know that's a controversial opinion to some, but I'd love to see bowlers being able to use bounces a bit more. I'd love to see the run between the wickets be able to be a bit more aggressive. I'm not talking about a huge. I'm talking about maybe 2 meters. The reason is so I actually think it would work. I just think that there's for some reason, and I can understand the reason, people have resistance to something like that.
Can I give you my reasons why I don't think that should happen?
Please.
So first, I think it's a struggle enough for the women to find facilities in certain countries. And if you tell some still male-driven conservative cricket boards, it's a nice second ball from Obadu Arachige, that they will also have now a different set of creases that need to be painted on pitches. I think you'll get a lot of resistance from that. But also, so we had this debate in basketball. It's a debate that comes up from time to time, even now actually, as that one is drifting down the leg side.
Go on.
Of should win. They will scoot through for the desperation single. Unfortunately, Chiha Lei makes it through successfully. Would have been a shame for her to be run out without facing a ball. There's discussion of should we have the rings sitting at 2.9, 2.8 metres for the women so that they can dunk and the like.
Good comparison.
And I think the general view is actually it's not a bad thing for the women's game to just not try to look like men's basketball.
100%.
And for it to be that's not a bad thing that it doesn't look like the men's game all the time.
100%. And that's a very good counter view. You know, I've mentioned this to people before, and I know it's something that it's a personal opinion I have, not a strong opinion, that I would like to at least see it tried, just to see. But I think that is the opinion I've had back, which is that some people think, women's cricket isn't trying to be men's cricket. So, yeah, I think that is a very valid view. It's classic. I think 2 sides can be valid there. As good to see Chihan Lei and Kara Wadaka getting this opportunity. Chihan with a nice single to get her going. But yeah, I mean, I just think, because I often think about some of the skills that we're trying to develop, and so it probably is more at this development stage. But, for example, I hate it when players are quite new, hitting the ball quite well, but the field is so far in that it's almost impossible that they're going to get a run because, obviously, they can't run quite as fast as the men. So,
do you think we need to create a fielding exclusion zone in women's cricket?
Oh, that's an interesting
we've
idea.
thrown a lot of indoor cricket chat out here, but the exclusion zone was introduced into indoor cricket to stop fielders crowding the bat.
In. It's an interesting one. I'm going to kind of reminds me of something else, but I'll try and think first things first. I'm excited this one will have to be rebowled as well. So one of the things is that I don't think a principle of cricket is every time you take a run, you're a risk of getting run out. Like, that would never happen in the men's game. And I think that's the thing that sometimes in women's cricket, the development level, it's a bit unfair that just for physical reasons that you're risking your wicket for what would normally be just tap and go single in men's cricket. But I would actually, the guy who succeeded me in my club as keeper after I retired about 15 years ago, he's since moved into trying to develop regional women's cricket in the northwest of Australia.
Nice ball from Ubadu Akshege, and it's a catch!
Isn't it?
Oh, Maximo, no! I wanted the big moment for her there.
I'm just saying, isn't it? But it might. Let's go to the archives, because I've kind of lost track.
For a fair way down. Well, no one's walking off the field.
Back of my mind, it went no ball wide for that. Good catch, though. So anyway, we don't have much time, I think, so I'll say a couple of things he said, just kind of trying to rewrite how you do it with women's cricket. He said having less players per team was one thing, so there's more gaps in the field. He found that had worked really well. So maybe a 9-a-side.
Which does happen in some countries.
Yeah, rather than your traditional.
Yep. In Switzerland, we started off with 7-a-side and now sort of moving towards flexible games depending on how many players are available.
And the other thing was kind of what you said was a kind of minimum of outfielders rather than we tend to think it the other way. So trying to create space for more scoring opportunities on the field. So it's good to see people at least thinking about these things.
Absolutely.
You can debate them. At the shorter pitch, you're right, it could be a bit impractical. But yeah, I think it would be interesting. You know, I like trying things, and especially things I think in theory work well, but sometimes people are a bit too scared to do. The other thing is, I think even at the elite level, I would love to see the batters have the same reaction time as their male counterparts. In a sense, I'd see that being more equal, because one of the beautiful things about cricket is ways that kind of the testing of your physical limits. And I think that obviously you look at the techniques of some of the top women's players, you often think, how would they go if they had a fraction of a second less? But it's, obviously we really care about women's cricket and the development of the game. That's why we have these discussions.
Important debates to have, absolutely.
But anyway, it's Annie's saying he'd like 55 metres boundary for men's ECS. Well, Annie, it's an interesting one. We probably will go towards having a range in the men's like we do with the women's. That's okay, I think.
Good ball.
Yeah, but one of the issues we've got, the Cartama Oval, which is where we hold our marquee events, you can't go any bigger. You're not allowed to have fielders in the bar. So
that would be an interesting addition to ECL for next year.
Last ball coming up here. We'll get a single. Will they try for two? I mean, you could have. It's the last ball, so don't put up the stop sign. Go for it. And they get it. It's excellent running.
Great running from Chihan Lay, pushing through for the double.
Yeah, and that's again, a bit of I suppose, a teachable moment there. Last ball. Keep going. Don't matter if you're out. Make the play. And SKK, biggest score of the series so far, 133 for the 5, although we had some retirements in that.
They pumped those two at the crease, though.
Yeah.
They loved getting that double on the last ball. And even getting some congratulations from their partners, from their opponents.
Rhino, it's about, they wouldn't have had that opportunity had the coaches not done a double retired out and kind of killed the averages a couple of set batters.
This was the coolest thing we saw all day. The Oulu team celebrating like mad when they got their first wicket. Brilliant stuff. And speaking of brilliant, tremendous innings to see Leah Martin at full flow in the batting ball. There's desperation from the Oulu bowler as Perez begging her keeper to make a diving effort, but Martin came and played some excellent shots, hit a couple of boundaries, helped by a little bit of off-kilter fielding from time to time. That ball just goes for 4 thanks to the fielder stepping on the roof at the same time. Some nifty footwork, couldn't stop that ball. And she just went on a merry way, the American superstar.
Yeah. We have Nike on the phone in no time. Just keeps playing like this. Love the hustle as well of Martin, who showed a good kind of mix of hitting and a bit of small ball as well. The way that she kind of tried to pinch everyone possible. Again, Oulu, they had their moments, didn't they? And that's what you're going to see at this level of cricket. And they had that catch, which they celebrated very well. But of course, I think the coach did a good job here of just kind of giving 7 batters an opportunity to be at the crease, even though 1 wicket was taken. We had 4 retired out in there. SKK, in the end, they hustle back for a second and they end up with a pretty handsome 133 for 5 off the 10. Now, the only way Oulu could actually leapfrog SKK would be to chase that in 7 overs. So I don't think that's a possibility. But still, we're going to see another 10 overs of cricket coming your way. Probably one of the issues there, and this is going to happen when you have other bowlers being used maybe, or just more experienced bowlers. The extras count 59, which I think might have been the highest we've ever had in a T10 game. But in between we had plenty of fun moments and plenty of highlights as well. 1 wicket to Sachini Dissanayake, but like all the bowlers, kind of had their ups and downs. You actually look at the economy rates. I mean, they're economy rates that we've seen a lot worse.
It's a men's like score, isn't it? 133 for 5 off the 10, Vinny, and economy rate somewhere between 10 to 14.
Yeah, definitely. So we'll take a break. We'll be back in just a few minutes. The good news is, even though it's so dark, I feel like I need to put a torch on my head. We don't have any rain at the moment, and hopefully stays that way. 134 the target for Oulu CC. When he sounded Mr. Maximo with Andrew Ryan. We'll see you in a few minutes when we return for the second half of match 6 here in the ECS-W Finland.
just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. Summertime.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet. Hello folks and welcome back. We just established connection once again and we do apologise, but we had a crazy lightning storm. We had a lot of heavy rain that hit the ground just as soon as the players had left the field. So at this stage it's a work in progress, but we will be obviously working on things, try and get things ready. This game technically hasn't been abandoned yet, but I really don't see any way, given the amount of rain that we had in such a short time, and a lot of things have been blown around, a lot of the power and a lot of the structures around the ground have been affected. We will take you to a classic game. We're actually halfway through showing the men's final on Friday night when we had a resumption of play yesterday. So we are going to take you back to that. It's Empire who are taking on Greater Helsinki Markor. Empire chasing 125 for the win. So we'll take you back to that, and then we'll go into the longer break anyway with a hope to start the first semi-final on time. I think that would be the plan at the moment, and we're about an hour and 45 away from that. That'd be 9:15 a.m. GMT, which is 11:15 in Central Europe and 2:45 in India. But for now, Vinny Sandy here, Mr. Max, on behalf of ECN. Hopefully some good news soon. Hopefully we can get back on the park for the final series. Until then, enjoy the second half of this ECS Finland men's final from Friday night. Well, welcome back. The exciting conclusion of this ECS coming up in the next 45 minutes with Hadley's Empire 11 going out chasing 125 from the trophy. They've had to do it the hard way by not finishing top of their group. That meant they need to win 3 games on finals day. So far, they started with a win against the Vipers and then got some revenge on the BTCC Dark Knights. In fact, both of the undefeated teams coming into finals day did not win a game on finals day. Bit of a turn up for the books, but Greater Helsinki Markor was 124 on the board. They were all out, actually, leaving 1 ball on the table. But an interesting conclusion coming for Sean. It's definitely not a done deal. Empire ran into a bit of a roadblock earlier on, losing their top 3 cheaply when they were chasing a score in the 80s at the start of the day. That was against the Vipers, who they restricted to just 86 in the eliminator. But in the end, they recovered and they ended up winning that game with 2.5 overs to spare. Then against BTCC, the target was much more challenging, 155, but they still got there with 11 balls to spare. Nick Salonen leading the way, but also a good contribution from Aravind Mohan. Have gone once again with Padal at the top, something that they went to in the previous game when they were chasing 150s. He didn't make too many, but yeah, obviously they like him up there and his technical ability. And he does hit a lot of balls quite hard as well. Probably also thinking in the power play, he's the kind of guy that would benefit from a few less outfielders. Jordan O'Brien out there with him. It's Shahid to open the bowling, and my opening partner will be Andrew Ryan.
Thank you very much, Maximo. I'll tell you what Padal will enjoy here too. Loves playing that shot behind point. So if Shahid tries to push it across his body, he'll be in the game.
Oh, he's nicked it. It's just gone past the keeper for 4. I'd love to know how close Nellen Cherry gets to this, because this will be a good angle. He's actually in pretty good position to react. Probably just out of his wingspan.
Legitimate shot from Padal, though. You can see even the way he's setting up, there was a little nibble to the leg side. He's trying to open up that area, both backward of point and even to play that little open base fat shot. Yeah.
It was pretty good keeping. I don't think we've done a lot more there. He was well positioned. He wasn't wrong-footed. It just flew past him. Now this one is off the outside half. The bat's an opportunity, and it's gone. There's the early wicket. Padal for and out. Doesn't work for him at the top once again. Shahid with the early strike. An early drama in the final innings of this tournament. Empire 4 for 1.
Maxi, the emotions from the Greater Helsinki Marcors team. They know that's a big wicket. He's quality bat, Padal. The ball just dropped on a slightly poppy length. Lost control of the shot, and very good catch. That's a huge wicket early on.
Yeah, one of the things I thought about Padal, about him batting in the power play, is he might hit a lot of balls that are kind of one bounce fours of technical shots. He just happens to have picked one of the two outfielders.
To be fair, that fielder stationed exactly where he should be for Padal.
Yeah, so good captaincy to have him there, but he knows straight away he's in big trouble. And although he played for that kind of educated edge, if you like, first ball, I don't think he meant to edge it that fine. That one wasn't fine for him, but maybe it's a blessing because Salonen was in some kind of form earlier in a much more challenging chase, batting 3. Let's see how he goes here in the final. Shahid would love to get the captain early. In the air, and he is gone! Second opportunity. Shahid on a hat-trick. Oh, well, it just hung in the air. Oh, the Hadouken method, but he was able to recover, and Salonen, the hero of qualifier 2, has gone for a golden duck. It's 4 for 2.
Well, this is incredible, Vinny. For such a reliable top order, this is the 3rd consecutive game that Empire has collapsed at the start of the innings. Salonen, who batted so well in qualifier 2, has gotten a ball on a decent length, tried to whack it through cover. Can't keep it, or can't hit it high enough, or can't keep it along the ground. Just at catchable height. 4 for 2. What a start.
That's an unbelievably good bit of composure as well from Rahman. He's come into the side, and yeah, he had a good awareness. He was falling, but he was falling while watching the ball and kind of keeping his balance and his composure. It's an excellent catch. Haven't had a hat-trick this week. Could we have it in the final? It's Mohan, who also batted really well in qualifier 2. And he's under the pump right now. Never doing it the easy way, Empire. Hat-trick ball. Oh, it's a good one too. Probably squeezed away for 4, but that's straightened down the line. Mohan, no, will cash in 4 runs, doubles the score.
That's a great seed from Shahid. Look at that seam position. Slightly angled bat from Mohan. Wonderful ball in the hat-trick, but in the end, it goes into the scorebook as a boundary 4.
I'd love Mohan to click again. Jordan O'Brien hasn't even faced a ball yet. So it's not like they're out of batters. It's just they've lost 2 pretty good ones. And this is where they've got 5 genuine threats, don't they? Like I said, they've got a top 5 or 6 even that you could put them in any order. Well, that's in the air, just out of the grass, probably catchable height, but that'll be 4 runs as well. Mohan, a bit like James Bond, living dangerously, but he will, again, get the boundary.
Gee, that was not that far away, was it, Maximo? 5 balls in this over, and we already had 2 boundaries from Mohan, in which he's diced with cricketing death. 2 wickets. Still 1 ball to go.
Croom, by the way, is posting archived images of Peacock Friday, Derek, in the chat. Thank you, Croom, for that. Got him! He's gone! Mohan 4 and out, slid off the pad, and what an over this is! 3 wickets fall in the first. You'd have to see it to believe it, and Empire are well on the ropes. 3 fours, 3 wickets in the first over. It's 12 for 3.
Incredible stuff, Finney. Probably the over of the tournament for Shahid, and what a time to bring it out. The big in-ducker. It's hit Mahan's pads, ricocheted onto middle stump, and the death rattle follows him. He goes for a very, very shaky 8 off 3, and Empire 12 for 3 after the first.
Well, Jordan O'Brien, I think like a guy that's out of luck in love. He's lost 3 partners in quick succession. They're giving him the flick, and they're out of here. Well, he's on to Majid, who's come out ahead of Amjad Sher. So obviously they're saving Sher for a little bit later in the innings. 22 matches since the golden ball. I suppose we're kind of in the golden ball zone here, but I mean, then interestingly enough, they're still favourites, Empire, given that O'Brien's still there, probably, given that Amjad Sher's still to bat.
Supercomputer, very big Jordan O'Brien fan, I gather.
But what's
got some posters of him up in the supercomputer bedroom.
It's not a relaxant when you see 3 partners depart in the first over, but Jordan O faces up. Zia Rahman, the captain, goes after him, almost hits the bottom of Jordan's bat, and yeah, Jordan saying, what are you peeling for? It can be that, but I wonder how he responds. Again, he's no stranger to playing tough cricket. Queenslander like you.
What was the old quote when Dean Jones was looking to retire in the Madras Test match? Alan Border said to him, if you're not tough enough to take this, let me get a Queenslander out here in the middle.
Famous quote.
In fairness, as that comes off the outside edge of Jordan O'Brien's bat, batting in 14 degrees in the middle of lush Helsinki is probably not quite the physical task that it was batting in crippling 40-degree temperatures in humid Madras. But anyway, still got a big, big role to play, and if he can get the Empire Cricket Club through this, it will go down as one of their best victories. 17 for 3.
Yeah, a streaky one, but he's away. All right, well, that's in the air. Is it going? Maybe. It's right back to the line. It's 6. 51-metre job. And yeah, Jordan, he was a bit nonplussed. He had a 49-metre job that got him out last time around. But this time, he finds the other side of the rope. 6 runs, badly needed for Empire. I mean, that could have almost been lights out if Jordan had gone and been the 4th wicket.
Yeah, it certainly was. We've seen him get out like that at Cartermore Oval a couple of times, pulling from wide of off stump. That time, though, gets the bat playing in proper position and smokes it to the tents.
Backs to the wall again. This is kind of fractionally short of a length. Beautiful shot. Oh, man, what a final.
This is tasty
We've
T10
only had
cricket.
Boundaries and wickets so far. We've had 1 wide, but every league ball's been a boundary or a wicket. Off the pad, not out. First dot ball.
I love the slight look of disdain from O'Brien when he looks up and the bowler appeals for something going about half a foot down leg side.
So, yeah, I remember that Alan Border quote. Apparently it's true.
Yep.
That he said that to Dean Jones, so in between Dean Jones spewing up. All right, now it's going to be a one-handed leg glance for 6. Maximo. Jordan O, not too bothered by losing 3 batting partners in the first over. He just kind of off with you. Shots that one over the deep fine leg for 6 more.
Throwing a bit of chat to the opposition as well. Just giving them a nod that Empire's still in control. It's just finishing off that story from the Dean Jones double ton in Madras. Probably the most amusing thing of it was Border talking about Greg Ritchie being the man to come out. And anyone who knows Greg Fat Cat Ritchie from back in the Australian playing days, he was never a man renowned for his fitness.
That's true. Push and run this time from O'Brien. That'll end the over. He'll retain the strike. Probably not a bad thing for Empire. Can have another go at a power play over. I wonder, though, if they bring back Shahid to try and get Jordan. I think they probably will. 36 for 3 after 2.
That's savvy cricket, though, isn't it, Maximo? Jordan O'Brien, last ball, recognising that there's one over in the power play to go, so it's the easiest time for him to make hay while there's not too many outfielders, but also just shielding his batting partner as long as possible on the assumption that Shahid comes for the second.
Yeah, Paisley there, pretty prominent in our Hindi channel information. Why don't you join it on Telegram? Got to admit, my Hindi's a bit rusty.
Is there any reason we chose
that
James Bailey for that photo, aside from the point?
I think he's pointing in the right direction. All right, Jordan's going to get a little bit more careful with Shahid. Knows the danger that he's inflicted, the danger he poses after he's inflicted 3 wickets. Okay, so what did Greg Ritchie Fat Cat have to do with it?
Well, I think he was the man who was going to come out if Dean Jones was retired. So he was the Queenslander. The border was
Oh, that's right. Oh, yeah.
To.
So you'll get a Queenslander out
here.
Yeah, gotcha. Oh, another one of these one-handed shots. That'll be one bounce 4. And so Jordan O'Brien is able to get Shahid away. Don't get Shahid did actually go for 3 boundaries in that first over as well.
Well, this is savvy batting. As I mentioned, he's trying to shield Majid from Shahid, who is a pretty tricky customer to play. He's also giving himself as much of the power play as possible. They did this also in the last game where the opening bowler, Pirmal from the Vanta Vipers, in the opening game today was absolutely on a heater with the ball, and they made a distinct decision not to go after him.
True. Question for you after this ball, but Shahid, what's he going to deliver next? Straight down the ground, just gets the distance. Maximo! Jordan O'Brien into the 30s. Well, he's been kind of fresh out of luck a few times in this series, but he is perhaps saving his best for this final. And that's a good shot straight over the left armer's head, straight down the ground for 6 runs.
Lovely shot, got to free his arms. Shahid just tailing it straight back into the hitting zone. Lovely strike down the ground by O'Brien.
Comeback ball for Shahid. Too short, don't bowl there. And that's going to be 6 more. Maximo! 39 off 10. It's almost like he's playing on a different pitch, Jordan O'Brien.
Well, that's the danger with short-term bowling thinking, isn't it, Maximo? Because as much as Shahid was hit straight down the ground by O'Brien on the previous ball, there's some danger to it. If he closes the bat face, you've got the fielder out there at long on, much more chance that he's going to mishit it. Anyone who has seen this young man bat knows that he is brutal on the pull shot. There is very little risk for him playing a full-blooded shot to that delivery.
50 up as well in the 3rd over. Speaking of Greg Ritchie, I think there's still a bit of Mahatma Coat content floating around.
I suspect on YouTube, there's probably not too much on mainstream television these days.
2025 probably doesn't hold up. I love this. He's throwing the ball back like a baseball pitcher. Wasn't happy with the replacement.
Happy with the ball.
I didn't tell you that one thing that was asked of us, and one of the reasons I was in the nets, kind of hitting a few balls, is the tournament referee Steph Gooch asked us to up a few of the new ones for replacement ball. But I'm afraid that maybe I hit a few too hard, and that one was a little bit too old. Shahid gets one he does like. And yeah, Jordan. Well, he's got a run. It's not there. He should have been run out. He's always an ROR run out risk, and that was a huge moment. Had 3 stumps to aim at. He knows it's a bad call. He would have been run out by a metre, but the ball just slid past the pegs.
Oh, Zia Rahman, he's a very talented cricketer. That's a gutsy run taking him on.
Gutsy's one word. Another would be foolish.
Might be otherwise.
Margin hasn't faced a ball yet. He's the new Jordan. Did a lot of watching. And his partnership is already worth 41. And Margin about to face for the first time.
Spectator.
Oh, not a bad shot at all. Times it well off the pads, but he'll have to settle for 1. So he'll retain the strike. Into the power play. Runs, wickets, everything. It's 54 for 3 after 3.
Well, to quote one of our favourites, Maximo, it is all happening here at the Kerava National Cricket Ground. Despite the loss of wickets, it's been a couple of healthy overs, the last 2, 42 coming off them. The Hadley's Empire 11, and O'Brien is playing a career-defining innings here.
Quick Mahatma Coat finds there's probably still a bit of content.
Maybe don't put that one out on
I
air.
don't think I'll be sharing these links, but do your own research.
Kept Greg Ritchie's career going for a reasonable while.
That's the thing,
back
though,
in
with
Queensland.
I kind of feel sad that because making fun in a light-hearted way of people is part of our culture. And I know it can be misunderstood, but I feel it's a shame that good-natured impersonations are, and probably for very legitimate reasons, politically incorrect.
We've lost a bit of depth to our comedy as a result, haven't we?
I mean, look at that. Anyway, won't send Kroom that screenshot. All right, Margin, he wants a piece. He's going to get a piece, as it's going to be new bowler coming on, Rizwan Ali. He's dismissed over the leg side. Maximal, 6 runs.
Great shot. Lovely strike. Sort of come out of nowhere. I thought the advice, that's actually carried the fence, Maximo.
Good.
I thought
Solid contact.
Gee, I thought the advice from O'Brien would basically be drop a single and let me take charge.
Yeah, this is where you want another double click. So not just the O'Brien show, but that way if O'Brien wants to get out, if Mudgeon's in and ticking, then they're fine. They've got the rate down below 10 and over.
Yeah, the run rate's not a problem.
Sticking with round the wicket, not so sure about the tactic. Oh, wow. How about that? Audacious, outrageous, crantageous. Margin with 4 runs on the little dink.
What a time to get funky. And the pressure is at its highest. And poor Ali continues to be very expensive, Vinny. Just feels like he's never found a way to keep the runs down throughout this tournament. And Majid giving this total a little boost here, 11 off 3.
He's got me inventing words. Cromulent shot. As Majid will a bit more orthodox this time. Just knocks the single into the leg side.
Glad you thought that shot was orthodox.
More orthodox, I said.
More orthodox than the in relative terms.
O'Brien, 40 off 11. Yeah, he'll appreciate the support. Trust your order. He's still got the wild thing to come. Still got Amjad Chair.
He's the closer.
So already over halfway there. Still 6.5 overs to go. Empire, can they have a perfect day? Win the trophy. This one he drags, but he finds the gap. That's going to be 4. Just closed the bat face a little bit. He made the contact and he found the gap, 4 runs.
I think O'Brien's going to go hard after Ali here. It's probably a perfect bowler for him. Just nice medium pace, drifting in a touch to the stumps. He knows he's probably going to be starting this wide of off.
Comeback ball. Pretty good one, actually. Middle length. O'Brien will have to settle for a single. Miss hit. Yeah, it's one of those cases, again, they lose 3 key batters very early, but all of those batters, I mean, they combine for, 12 off 6. So that's fine, as long as you don't run out of wickets. And it's kind of like we had before, where we had 3 early wickets, but none of these innings that are kind of, 2 off 5 or 1 off 4 or these kind of innings that basically you haven't overburnt. And it's still a 12-run over in the first over, so long as they don't run out of bats. Wow, Margin is stepping up at the right time as well. This time he goes the other way, over the offside. Maximal, 6 to close out the over. It goes magical, 22 off that one. There's been 40 runs in the last 2 overs. And Hadley's Empire 11, blink and you'll miss it, 76 for 3.
Nice striking. That was exactly the same footwork that he used to drag one to mid-wicket on the previous ball, but this time opens up the blade, hits over cover. Delicious shot, and these two are racing towards the target very quickly, Vinny. Only 4 overs gone. They're going at 19 and over, and look at that flurry of Maximo.
It's an amazing 4 overs if you look at the ball by ball. We had 3 boundaries in the first over, 4 in the second, 3 in the third, 4 in the fourth. So that's a huge boundary percentage. And now, they probably understandably so, they're going to go to spin and Junan in the 5th over. But again, this has its risks as well, doesn't it, for GHM?
I don't mind the tactic, though. I think if you're going to play your spin card, now's the time to do it. They've bowled out Shahid, who bowled a pair of pretty good overs up the top, particularly his first one.
Brian on strike. Good leave. Makes him bowl it again. Brian's raced to 45 off just 13 balls.
And he's 1 Maximo away from a well-deserved half-century.
Middle kind of length, but good footwork from Jordan. Deep in the crease, brings up the 50 in style. Maximo! And a 14-ball half-century in the decider. Excellent footwork. He spotted it was pullable. It was a fraction short. He bought himself a few extra inches before the contact. Whacks it over the fence and brings up the half century.
You said it, Matt. Well, it was all about the footwork. Having a look at the batting diagram there. 12 runs on the offside, majority of them coming on the leg side. That last massive strike for a Maximo, but the fact that he got himself so deep in his crease, he waited for the ball. Arjunan put no pace on it whatsoever, but he made it look easy.
Probably will toss it up a fraction now. He's ready to come forward. I think it's quicker ball.
Good piece of bowling.
Yeah, and Arjunan's done this well the whole week. That was like a little outbender. Play and a miss. Just love a little feather on that when you have any chance. You got to get O'Brien and probably Mudgett too very, very quickly. And probably Judge Share. So there's 3 pieces of the puzzle, I think, for Marcos to have any hope. And then now they're only defending 40.
Might be time for the skipper to come back for the next over.
There goes that little outswinger again. I like Arjunan a lot. I mean, even with his batting, players that can step up.
It's plucky.
Yeah, he's plucky. Oh, I've got some duck news.
Whoa.
Yeah, I don't want to necessarily drop it, but I
plucked that out of nowhere.
I got a hint.
There's plenty of people who are desperate to hear this, Vinny.
Hashtag duck news incoming. Steps across and doesn't really get it. Have to settle for one. So, I've seen the new duck.
No.
And I'll drop a bombshell. It ain't Dudley. Didn't work out with Dudley.
What happened to Dudley?
Well, Dudley was meant to be the replacement. Uh-oh. That's trouble and even trouble. Yes, basically hooks it off his own nose here, O'Brien. So he'll get 4. It'll be a 5-eye non-standard minimo and a free hit to come as Arjunan tries a quick ball once too often. Loses the handle.
Loses the handle's an understatement there, Vinny. That's gone above O'Brien's head on the fall. He's not the tallest man going around, but that's a traumatically bad ball.
It's like a wild pitch in baseball, really, wasn't it? And I reckon he's charging this. No, he wants the reverse. Oh, I don't know if that's the option at this stage. Almost like he's getting bored with normal shots.
It's just too easy. Gives a bit of the open hands of surely worth it to the Team 10.
He'll be the first to admit that. Probably doesn't want to play it normally, so felt that was his only chance. Last ball the over. And he'll wait for another out swing, and he's going to be dropped. Well, that's a huge moment in this final. Now, look, that ball was tattooed. Make no mistake. But I almost needed a miracle catch here to stay in the game. Marcos spill it. It bounces just inside and across the boundary for 4. O'Brien will move to 60 and at the halfway point of the response. It's 95 for 3. Let's have a look at the calendar with Bulgaria starting on Monday. That's only 3 days' time. But don't forget, we still got the ECS-W, so make sure you join us on the weekend. That should be a sensational exhibition as well.
Geez, Vinny, I know that Empire have got themselves back on top in this game, but that catch gets taken. 30 runs still required, 4 wickets down. You only need 1 or 2 more, and you're starting to get into the lower order. I know that ball was smashed, but in a final, you have to take that catch.
Zeb gets the ball, and that's straight up in the air. Surely this is getting caught. Oh, Junior looks around, doesn't realise it's his, but he still catches it. That's a brilliant catch. It's almost like he scanned the environment just to work out if he really had to go for it. But then he was able to lock eyes with the ball once again. So what a great bit of fielding in the end from Arjunan. And it's the end of a nice little cameo from Mudgett. He's out though for 19. A wicket for Zeb first up. And it's 95 for 4.
Well, I think you and I both thought he was going to get nowhere near that in the end, Vinny. He popped himself so far away from the drop zone, but made great ground and showed a clean pair of hands. We see this, it went up a long way, the bat of Mahan, and he really, really misread it in the air, but made up for it with a clean dive.
Good cricketer, Arjunan. There's a lot to like about him. Here's the wild thing, though. 30 runs, he's probably thinking 5 balls. 5 balls left in the over.
Surprising that Zeb has been left until the 6th. I know they like to bowl him at the back end of innings, but he's been a wicket taker for the Marcos, and Comes in first ball. Gets rid of Mahan.
Yeah, so following up on my duck news in a moment. Maybe now. So I've seen the new duck. He's not a Dudley. And I've proposed a name which I won't share because it'll give too much away. But I think there's even talk of having a real live action mascot of this duck. And I got to say, no, he's safe. I got to say, Derek, he was wonderful for us. But there were probably problems with bringing Derek to life in a real-life Cardamom Oval environment.
Is that his two-dimensional nature being the first and foremost one?
Yeah, true. I still have my reservations about having a duck mascot at all because I think that batters will shun him when they're going.
It's a symbol of failure.
Yeah, I'm not high-fiving any duck on my way out. No way. I don't even want to see a duck. So I think it could be complicated. Rolling cutter up in the air, 6 runs. O'Brien is going to go to the well once again. Maximo picked it, hit it, cashes in the 6.
Ball just sat up in the pitch. O'Brien keeping his weight nice and balanced. Thrusting through the shot.
I don't want to give anything away because I'm sure there'll be some sort of mega reveal which we haven't organised yet. Still in the planning. And it was meant to be here in May. Quick date check, 27th of June. Just saying.
Standard slipping.
Oh, yeah. Why not? If he misses it, it's a wide. If he hits it, looks good. Do you think one-handed shots should be worth double?
I'll ask you a question. Is Jordan O'Brien's left arm the second top scorer for the innings?
I think you might be right there.
I think he's scored 14 with it at the very least.
Oh, this is a classic T10 innings by a side that have played a lot of the format. There's a reason they've been to the ECL twice. Even the early wickets not spooking them. But how can I describe this without giving it away? Let's just say that the new duck is very ECN, if you know some of our history and some iconic, what's the word? Some iconic moments and characters in the ECN.
I see where you're going with this,
you know
Maximo.
what I mean?
Yeah, I see where you're going.
So I thought it'd be a hard sell, but I like the new duck. That's all I'm going to say. Last ball to 6. Maybe not. That'll be a wide. Suddenly,
has it got a name yet?
No, but I've proposed a name. See if you like that name. May have been me, or it might have been.
You might have to explain that to me after.
I will. Last ball, the 6th over. Share can just kind of cruise from here. Wow, it's going to be probably just a short innings, but it's been a real experience, hasn't it? These 6 overs, Empire 109 for 4, needing 16 runs off the final 4 overs.
It's been anything but predictable this finals day, as you said, Maximo, earlier. The 2 undefeated teams, both knocked out in straight sets. Vanti in the eliminator, and then twice in a row for BTCC Dark Knights.
Shout out, by the way, sorry, Rhino, but to Ash at Save Derek, hashtag Derek Forever, he's put in there. And yeah, I've to be honest, I'm a card-carrying member of the Save Derek movement as well.
Does this require
situation.
Derek to be
Derek
eliminated from the
gave
coverage?
me his blessing. He said he needed some time out. He said he was overworked. He's had a busy couple of years. I can relate. But
kept his fitness levels up with the amount of ducks that we have on the network.
With thousands of appearances, Derek. He's earned his retirement.
Was he an old duck when he first started with us?
Look, the funny thing about Derek, come back in that second. First, we'll watch this ball get launched leg side, and that's going to fly as well. Jordan is 77 walking sticks. He puts that one into his own bench. Might have been Raz Muhammad copping another one.
Poor Raz still can't catch one, whether it's on the field or off it.
Where's this end up? Well, luckily, we won't see. Maybe it was not fit for television. The funny thing about Derek is we never planned him. He just turned up one day. Someone found him.
Out of nowhere.
He just wandered into the broadcast. That's going to be 6 more, too short. This could be over very quickly. O'Brien, I said maybe he'd saved his best for last, and it's working out that way, up to 83 now. And Empire are just 3 runs away from the trophy.
It's quite an incredible individual knock, isn't it, Vinny? It was not that long ago that Empire had lost 3 wickets in the first over. And here we are, 122 for 4, and they only need 3 to win this game. Just extraordinary stuff from O'Brien.
Probably would have taken all 4 points if it was a group game. 3 to win then. Cracked through the offside, but should find the sweeper, just 2 runs. Yeah, so stay tuned. I don't know how long it will take now to get our new duck. Is this kind of just like when Kirstie Alley joined Cheers? Is it this kind of
That is quite a comparison. Shelley Long, fan favourite back in the day.
All right, 2 to win then. Oh, wild swing and miss from the Wild Thing. He says it swung. I doubt it. I know that he did.
I'll tell you what, I think O'Brien deserves to hit the winning runs here. We'll see if Amjad I don't think he'll gently block this one out. It's not really in his nature.
Final Derek news, yeah. He just appeared and then suddenly he was a fixture. He had all different versions. We had some great times together. All right, 2 to win. In the air, this will tie the game and it will take us to the 8th over. So I suppose they would earn their point if it was a regular game, but this ain't no regular game. Marcos, they're going to have to settle for silver. Empire all tied up, 124 for 4 after 7. This is what's coming up tomorrow. We're very, very excited about our first ever women's ECS here in Finland with the Empire Lionesses. They'll hope that they'll be doing the double for Empire, won't they? They're taking on SKK in the first game. We've also got Play Cricket Suomi, or PCS, who are here, and Oulu CC, who we did see during the week as well. Their women's side will be participating. So really looking forward to that. All the excitement at T10, but their women's tournament will take the weekend away from you.
Starting off with a big rivalry game. I know
True.
there's been a bit of player movement.
All right. Any score wins it now for Empire. And that will do it. It is game. It is set. It is Maximo. And Joe Hadley, he would be very, very proud of what his club have done, because Hadley's Empire 11 have won this European Cricket Series in Finland 5 years after the last ECN trophy was awarded. A team that's been to the top of European cricket. They've been to the Champions League twice. Now they've done it on home turf, and they are winners of this European Cricket Series.
Deserved winners too, Vinny. They've had to do it the hard way today, finishing second in Group A. They've made their way through the Eliminator, Qualifier 2, and then finally taking the final itself against the Greater Helsinki Marcos, who have set the standard somewhat throughout this tournament, but they've been blown away by a tornado of an innings from Jordan O'Brien. Magnificent stuff from him, 84 off 25. A genuinely brilliant knock under true pressure, and quite an extraordinary comeback from Hadley's Empire 11. They were 6 for 1, 4 for 2, then 12 for 3. But that partnership between Majid and O'Brien took them to 95 for 4, and just unbelievable execution under pressure.
Yeah, just so you can see their trophy ceremony will be coming up pretty shortly after the end of day highlights. So stick around if you'd like to watch them. I'm sure a lot of people would. And yeah, Marcos, you've got a feel for them. Obviously had a brilliant group stage. Just end of days hasn't been so fun for them. Obviously going down last night, although they did hold top spot. But Empire, something I said, if you remember yesterday, if we have a look at this first over, which is a crazy one, by the way. 3 fours and 3 wickets in this first over, which again put Empire kind of on the back foot, but they found a way out once again, as good teams do, and you can kind of see exactly how they have been to the ECL twice. But that was the big wicket of Mohan, who was good in the last game. So their 2 real difference makers last game were gone, but different players stepped up, as Jordan O'Brien in particular. And this was a big moment, wasn't it? This just carried the rope, could have been a completely different story. There was no looking back from there. But what I was going to say, Rhino, is I said last night that the day will belong to one of the 4 teams, and I couldn't tell you which one. On another day, it might have even been the Vipers we're talking about, but the day belonged to Empire, and they can thoroughly enjoy their victory. It's well deserved.
They're an absolute strength in numbers team, aren't they, Vinny? You look at those who have scored runs throughout the day, going down their lineup: Mohan, Sher, Padals, and O'Brien, Majid. They can bat deep, and that is why they're such a consistent T10 lineup, because they lose a couple of wickets early. They have done in every single game today, and they have fought their way through it, and always a couple of batters have stepped up. And in this final, fantastic stuff from Majid, who was eventually dismissed to a fantastic catch from Arjunan, but Jordan O'Brien saw them through at the end. He may not have hit the winning runs, but it was certainly the winning innings, and whether he was playing two hands, one-handed, or anything else, it was a controlled knock. Showed his class as a batsman.
Yeah, it sure did. And really, just the pace they were able to keep going at. It's fearless batting. You have to be fearless. You have to risk the odd innings just blowing up in your face. I think that's one thing I've learned after doing so many matches. I've seen some of the best teams bowled out for 40 or 50, but it's because they all have this faith that somebody will come good. In this time around, it was Jordan O'Brien getting the job done. The mysterious J.O.B. with 84 off 25. Very, very good innings from him. Okay, had his moments that were a bit, flying close to the sun, but he got away with it. 9 sixes and 6 fours in there for Jordan, striking at 336, and got some support from Majid, who came in. Again, he played a fearless brand of cricket. 19 off 7 for him. The Wild Thing came out and finished things off. And bowling figures, obviously Shahid with the triple strike, but also they got runs off him. So he actually went for 30 in the end. And Farouk Zeb came up.
Summertime, get ready, we're so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we're so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we're so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we're so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. Time. and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. Time. just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. say, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet. Hello and welcome back. Well, the qualifying matches are behind us and now we do go to some sudden death cricket here in this ECS-W Finland. It's going to be a big afternoon coming up. So basically all four teams, they are in the semis, and to get to the final, you have to win it. So as simple as that, 2 versus 3 in the first semi, the first versus the fourth team in the second semi. So this is the first semi-final coming up, and it's SKK to take on PCS, or Play Cricket Suomi. Coin toss is a big one. Sully is the man with the giant coin today and the two captains. Let's see who wins the coin toss in semi-final number 1.
SKK versus PCS. PCS to call.
Heads.
Heads is the call, and it says
So I win and we are bowling.
SKK won the toss and they will ball first.
That's right, and I can tell you that the rain has passed. We've had some apocalyptic weather today. We've had not one but two serious thunderstorms that have come in. Actually had knocked quite a bit of the equipment out, but well done to our crew at 2 Circles. They have everything up and working. It seems that way anyway. And yeah, the news from the toss is SKK winning the toss, electing to bowl. It is a 3-over match, and so that is the minimum. Glad we do get it on. I know there's been a discussion about what's the minimum and all these kind of things, and would it be fair to have a 5? But in time's time in the end, and if you're really trying to give a fair go to both sides, you got to play. I suppose if it wasn't for a 3-over game, then you would have a situation where there would just be a walkover, and I'm not so sure that would be a fair result either. So it is what it is, and may the best team win. As we get ready for this one, you can see the teams, and both teams going through unchanged. Interesting this time around. Players to watch. Harlow, I think, has been an outstanding contributor for SKK, and I've got to say, Leah Martin, she batted very well. She will be keeping in this game. She was meant to maybe get out and run around in the field last game, but that won't be the case. Well, that never happened because they got washed out in their fielding innings. PCS, though, some players have to step up. I've got to say, I like Stolt. I like the way she leads the side. She's not afraid to put her body on the line, and obviously, Lukuge is a player that I think's been brilliant. And look, they've got a fighting chance, PCS, and it is short-form cricket. This is ultra-short-form cricket, really. 3 overs per side, 1 over power play, and just 1 over per bowler. So it's a while since we got washed off, and I know we showed the final of the ECS Finland second innings, which was that was in the men's series on Friday night. So it was a really good little bit of a classic game we could show you, but I can tell you here, the weather, it has been Jekyll and Hyde over the last about 2 hours or so. But the good news is, apparently we should be good for the afternoon. The rain did stop probably over an hour ago now, but it's just been a matter of allowing the field to dry out a bit, and particularly some of those areas immediately surrounding the central pitch area, which weren't quite fit for play. But now we will be getting on. And I think they did want to make this a 5-over game. It would have meant starting 15 minutes ago. The general feeling after another inspection was it wasn't quite ready to go. Anyway, Mari Koyo will be opening up with the ball for SKK. 3-over thrash coming your way. Ready, steady, waiting for the clock to tick over. I think we've got 30 seconds, so I'm going to say to Andrew Ryan a warm welcome back. Rhino, I know you've got to go a little bit early today, but at least we got this first semi-final on the field.
Very happy we have too, Maximo. I'm glad they didn't have to wait for the water to clear from our commentary area. We're quite lathered in swamp-like conditions here, which is very appropriate for
Women's
a country
games,
that's named after a swamp.
And women's games are so efficient that often we are ready to go before the clock ticks over. I've got about 6 seconds, and then we will be ready to go. And Marty will get that opportunity. Matanaka out there with the captain, Minna Stolt. Lights, camera, action. A spot in the final at stake. 3-over game.
Nice start from Koyo.
This
Does
is
make it interesting too. 3 over game. You'd
Mm.
have to say that Play Cricket Swarmy would find it difficult in a full 10 over contest to take down SKK. Just a greater depth of player and more experience. 3 over game, something different.
That's a run, though. It's a 3 over game. You're almost running on everything. You shouldn't be losing all 10 wickets. This time, she will take it, Matanika. So it's one thing trying to adapt to the 10 over format, but another, the 3 overs is, especially in the women's game where boundaries sometimes are hard to come by, you need to small ball it. You need to be, even if you have 5 or 6 batters run out, it's fine. But think of all the runs you might get. Stolt faces up. Again, that's probably a run as well. Just for PCS, and I agree with you, Rhino. I think it's probably their best chance of knocking over SKK is for the game to be as short as possible. But they're probably lacking a little bit of experience about how to take this on from what I've seen so far.
Certainly. Good bowling from Koyo, though.
She's great talent. This one will sneak down the leg side. Off the pad, though. So, yeah, as noted by Stolt. But I often say in a 3 over contest, normally I'm talking about men's cricket, but anything's chaseable, anything's defendable. But maybe that doesn't apply if there's 3 overs that continue like this. They might end up with a handful of runs. Little deflection, the latest of late cuts from Stolt, but they'll get through for a single.
Good to see plenty of support in the chat for these games. Paul Kempen back with us. Priyanka Bahad saying, finally.
Finally.
Hands
well
up.
said.
Yeah, I think we've all been very keen to see how this tournament plays out here on the finals day.
That's Paul. What's been a brilliant first over. It's going to be a swing and a miss. Again, they're going to take it on. It's good running. I think you're running, like I said, maybe not if it's straight to the keeper. And we'll get home despite the direct hit. End of the first over. Very good one from Koyo. And it's 3 without loss. I have to be completely honest. I think you got to get Wani out there for PCS. You got to look at who is most likely to be able to hit the boundary. I know they opened with her yesterday. It didn't really work out, but you have next to no time. That's a third of the innings gone. Anyway, well over a third of the season gone here. In fact, approaching the halfway mark. This is a look ahead to the ECC-W, something that I think both Finnish women's cricket and Estonian women's cricket will be gunning for over the next period, because we would love to add more teams into ECC-W. Good news is it's gone from 5 to 10 to 15 in the 3 editions, Rhino, and it's a great way to finish the year.
It certainly is. There's some cracking outfits out there, and that Premier Division in particular will see some top-tier talent. But, boy, the teams in the Challenger Division, quite a few of which we've seen playing on the network over the last 12 to 18 months. There are some very, very good cricketers floating around those countries, and obviously the Challenger Division providing some opportunities for some countries who are still in the development phase.
Clipped away to start the over, Matanika. Again, this is one you might as well try for 2. Make the play. It's good throw, though, to Martin, and it's gone. I mean, Matanika does the right thing. You've got 11 players to bat. It's a good piece of fielding. They're forced him to make the play. So it's unselfish stuff from Matanika, but I think it's the right thing to do, trying to get runs through any means necessary. It's 4 for 1.
You're completely right, Vinny. It was played into a gap in the field, and it did take a tremendous throw to affect the run out. Wonderful piece of field, and we see it was turned down to the area sort of at 45 degrees, not that far away from the boundary, and a terrific throw coming in there. And even tell you what, Leah Martin still had a fair bit of work to do as well. She collected the ball about 1.5 meters away from the stumps, but we talked yesterday about Subhashri Rautre's fielding in general, but also in particular her throwing arm. She's got quite a cannon from the outfield.
Yeah, true. Well done by Martin as well. Summed up the situation well. It was drawn away from the stumps, then just underarmed from more or less point blank. But we saw some of the men's players missing from a similar distance, if you remind of earlier in the week. Hassan giving herself the second over here and the second last one. It's a good piece of bowling. They've gone for Lukuge.
Gee, she's picked up her bowling since she had some Maximilian tutelage and advice. If you
she actually had a word to me and genuinely thanked me. And that's not obviously why I did it for my development, but I'm really pleased that she found it useful, the conversation we had. She's got an interesting background as well. Runs NGOs here, helping people settle in to Finland. That's the right idea, but it's in the end. Martin's under it, and she'll drop it. Didn't quite get the gloves together in the end. Not easy under the lid. Lukuge off the mark.
No, actually, I really like her action, Hassan. She puts her full body into it. She gets a good follow through. There's a lot to like there. Gets a little bit of swing too. It feels like it's quite natural in-swing to the right-handers.
Yeah, that's right. She has an in-swing kind of quite front-on action. But yeah, good resilience shown. I think she's had to show resilience as well in many ways with lots of aspects of her life. Again, good area. It is now a run for everything. You've got 9 balls left. You've got 9 wickets in hand. So
Great having Stolt out there, she will genuinely push the running between wickets. I think she's actually a really good person for play cricket Swarmy to have in the middle.
Yeah, still to find that elusive boundary though. I can't see you winning a game without a boundary. And SKK, just think about kind of the riches that they have. And Martin making runs earlier today. Obviously, we talked a lot about on Harley as well. Rautray, good hitter. Rare one that gets away from Hassan. Again, that's probably a run.
Stoltz looking for it.
Any means necessary. And no one likes batting for a short time, but no matter what, even to bat the whole 3, it's still a pretty short innings. So I just think, again, you learn from situations. So this is one I think that, okay, we've had the 1 run out, but they might have missed a couple of scoring opportunities along the way. You never know if they would have made it or not. Good ball. Again, doesn't get off the pitch, so just way too many dot balls at the moment.
Great seed from Hassan, though. That was very well bowled. Just moving away from the batter, pitched on off stump. Late swing.
Thing is, I'd be retiring somebody out to get Winey to the crease for the 3rd over. It doesn't really matter who, probably whoever's on strike, if I'm honest. If you're going to be a bit strategic here, Winey's shown she can be a good closer, can find that boundary. Last ball of the 2nd. And it's going to be a little French cut. Well, off to the races. They'll get 1. Well, they think about 2, but they don't need to. It runs all the way, so Lukuge, hardly convincing, but it's effective. As that will take us to the end of the 2nd over, and it's 11 for 1.
Well, there ain't no fielder down there, Maximo, so pretty good place for her to play that stroke. Be it not quite as intentional as it could have been, but either way, 11 for 1. If they can get this up to sort of 20, 22, a couple of good overs to start with, and minimise the wides, give Play Cricket Swarmy a chance.
Yeah, it's a chance, I suppose. We're in Finland right now. And Bulgaria starts tomorrow, so we won't have to wait too long. Rico Full standing by. Never great having Rico cooling his heels on the sidelines, but I mean, the Geneva Convention, I think that he needs to have a break sometimes. He'll be back tomorrow, and Soban will be with him from next Saturday. All right, 3rd over, final over.
We talk about players who have white line fever. How would you describe the excitement that Rico has when he steps into a commentary?
That's a good question. Hot mic fever?
Possibly.
I'm just saying hot mic because it makes it sound better than just microphone fever.
Microphone fever, yeah.
Or micro fever just sounds like a small fever. Here we go. This is where we are, by the way, with the day. So we've already had match 6. That was actually washed out in the end. Washed out halfway through. The winner of this game will be the first team through to the final in Harley. Much better this time. Again, hard to see them getting more than 1 here with a clean pickup. But it's this whole thing of, we know how crazy this format can get. And even if someone's holding the ball, at this stage, you might as well take them on.
Have a think.
They could throw it away. It could create another overthrow somewhere along. You just don't know.
Even the threat of a second run.
You can freak them out. Still 9 wickets in hand. 5 balls remaining. Steps and hits. That will be 4. Lukuge gets the one she wants and puts it away. Her 2nd boundary.
Tremendous batting from Lukuge. The ball was probably drifting down for a wide down the leg side, but it sat up at a nice height. Well, giving it some flight, but it's put away well. Good batting. Yeah, good footwork. Sometimes we see batters kind of getting in a bit of a tangle there, don't we? But summed it up well. Good contact again. This will test the outfielder. They go for 1. Again, I think you probably wouldn't have got 2, but maybe you could have got Lukuge back on strike, who's been winning this battle with Harley during the over. 18 with 3 balls to go. Plays that shot pretty well, doesn't she, Maximo? The lofted drive, saw a few of them out to the long on position yesterday. Nice technique. Definitely. That was a good hitter. Just basically no time. I think that one's good. Now, again, maybe a run there. Again, Lukuge's not watching. Just assumed that the ball was dead, and that was a golden opportunity for her to get back on strike. Martin missing from point blank that time. Lukuge hands on it, to put a glove to her head, which I think was pretty appropriate because Stolt's been alive to a couple of these running opportunities.
Exactly. Now you got to run. Oh, run, please. Right as they're going, and they'll get it.
Good work from Stolt too, running straight down the middle of the pitch, so she knew where the throw was coming from. Tried to advance and play a shot out to the leg
Again,
side.
At this stage, outs do not matter. You will not run out of outs in this inning. Guarantee. Hima Lukuga gets one more chance. Looks like we're heading for a chase in the 20s. SKK will still have to get them. They're giving a 21% chance still. Good contact in the air and taken. Koyo with a very good catch. It saves them at least a couple of runs. Well done by the teenager. Might have been injured in the celebration, but the catch was pretty good. And PCS are going to finish with 19 for 2 off their 3.
It's a good move from Lukuge. She got to the pitch of the ball, hit it before it dropped completely, made decent contact, but she picked out one of the best fielders in the SKK team. A little bit of inside-out slicing and a great grab from Koyo. That's very, very good fielding. She's a talented all-round cricketer.
Yeah, she certainly is. So, yeah, 3 over thrash time. I mean, it's playable, that score, and maybe I do go back to the fact that this kind of score is defendable, but you're going to have 3 very good overs and kind of stop any boundaries or restrict it to probably the 1 boundary and over, and you're going to have to sort the wides out. Probably the good thing is here at least that PCS only have to bowl 3 bowlers. They can bowl who they think their most reliable 3 are going to be. And pocket of sweat there for Lukuge, who got a boundary there. That wasn't particularly convincing. This one was, though. It was kind of scramble. Get whatever you can. In the end, they set a target of 20 for SKK. Both teams hoping for that first spot in the final.
Yep. No, not a bad innings from Play Cricket, however. SKK will probably think they've got their noses in front at the moment. So, Lokaday did a nice job hitting a couple of boundaries where a large part of the runs have come from, but Minnestolt gave us some good support. 3 or 4 for the opener, Madana Yake, before she was run out from an excellent throw from the boundary by Rautray. Stolt 3 off 7, but ran very hard between the wickets, and then Lockyer with those couple of boundaries. So it's a short time, 3 over games, 19 for 2. Feels like it's probably not enough, but PCS, if they can bowl well, Vinny, anything can happen.
Won't go into the record books, but 19 being defended will be a pretty interesting kind of unofficial record to reflect on if they can do it. So maybe history to come. Kojo with a brilliant over, only 3 came off that. And then we had 8 off the second. We had 8, including a leg bye off the third. So we'll take a break. This is cricket for people with short attention spans. Whether that's you or not, join us in just a few minutes. We'll have our first finalist known. Vinny Sandu, who Mr. Maximo with Andrew Ryan. And we'll see you shortly after the break for more ECS-W Finland.
blue water and yellow sand. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Let's live our dream. Summertime. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Let's live our dream. Summertime.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet. Hello European cricket lovers and welcome back. Great to have you with us as we get set for the conclusion of what's a very, very quick game here in the first semi-final of our first ever ECS-W Finland. It's SKK coming out to chase 20 in 3 overs against PCS. These are the conditions because of that kind of what seemed like maybe a world-ending thunderstorm or two during the middle of the day. We got reduced to 3 overs. 1 over power play and just 1 over for 3 bowlers. And that's basically the equation. 20 off 18 balls, SKK to secure that first spot in the final. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, once again on the European Cricket Network on a super Sunday of action. Stormy Sunday, you might say, as Tropical Storm Andrew Ryan joining me back in the commentary box.
Commentating from the swarmy swamp here at Kerava National Cricket Ground to Maximo. I could get very used to these 3 over contests as well. PCS 19 for 2 in their first innings. So Shamali Lokude taking the new ball. Bit of pressure even with, it's not a huge score on the board, but SKK, if you get behind the run rate, 3 over game, there's not a huge amount of time to catch up.
Yeah, true. Anything's chaseable, anything's defendable. And when they were 1 off about 4 balls, I started to think they might be defending like 6. But, yeah, look, 20 in 3 overs. You're going to get to bowl your best 3 bowlers. Yes, you're going to run into the best bats as well. And Harley, probably the standout for SKK this week. Here we go, 20 runs between SKK and a spot in the final. It's going to be a blast first up. But even with the format, even there, you know, there's always a chance of a run out. Maybe you can just upset the apple cart, run out some of these key batters.
Let's think strategy here too, Maximo. And Harley, you've got her off strike with a single now. Bring the field in. Try to keep Rail Tray, who's not got the same power.
Well, yes and no, because that's going to be a deflection away from the other fielder. Their foot fielding goes wrong, and that's going to be the first boundary. Roundtree with a blast.
Yeah, great shot from her all along the carpet. A couple of players, it looked like a 10-pin bowling lane with pins going over at every moment. I think about 3 different players ended up on the ground at the same time.
Yeah, you see here, sticking out the foot trying to stop it, but actually deflected it away from the fielder who was hoping to make the stop. Still think the same principles apply. Well, now you might get an overthrow, maybe not. Good backing up. But you should be running, maybe not on everything, but most. Obviously, you've already got a healthy chunk of the target already in the first half of an over.
Got it down to under a runner ball now, Maximo. 14 off 15. Couple of boundaries here for SKK.
Oh, we're going to finish this tournament like it started. Equipment issues. Bit of a pad incident. And is that, yeah, it's Roundtree. Roundtree was the one, she was having her pads gaffer taped on yesterday, and I was having pre-taped them this time. But anyway, equation down under a run of ball now. 14 runs required off 15. Well, that's going to be a no ball, and even score won't be out. Might cause a run out, though.
Run out. Oh, Maximo.
Did she get in? Bounced twice, so not caught, and then just had to take the stumps. Did she do it in time? Still got her, still out. So that's a weird one. Roundtree will be the one that's going to go. But yeah, just, I suppose, yeah, the run out's given. She's definitely short. Well done by the keeper to think just quick enough. It was, I won't say fast thinking, but definitely medium speed thinking from Volinius, who will take the bails. And again, you got to probably go for this if you're Roundtree. Still got batting to come. But despite the dive, she doesn't quite get in. Free hit for the new batter, who I'm not quite sure would be. I'd probably be sending Leah Martin out there, but instead they're going to go for Koyo. Interesting, because Koyo struggled a little bit earlier, unless I'm not seeing it right. Or was it Smita Karawadeka, pardon me, who's going out in the number 3 position. But she will get a free hit first up. Drama.
Oh, chaos. Couldn't script that ball if you tried.
That's another no ball, because it's bounced just before the line.
Hasn't been signalled as yet. Have now.
You'll see that second bounce in line with the front foot. Maybe the square leg, I just wanted to make sure it wasn't hit. Yeah, and so that's actually fair on the square leg umpire, because he's kind of behind the batter. So another free hit. Karawadeka faces up. Better length this time, but even better contact from Karawadeka, and that's going to test the fielder. Not going to get there, so 12 runs now off this first over. Lukuge not quite getting it right.
Well, both Karawadeka and Roundtree have hit their first balls for 4. It's what's been asked of them to whip off this total as quickly as possible. Lukuge gone for 12 already off this over. See, she gave that ball a little bit more air. Certainly fixed the length issue, but it gave Karawadeka plenty of time to adjust her body position.
Still think they missed a trick not getting Winey to the crease in that first innings. How they'd love just even 10 more, something like that. We'll never know. This one's hit pretty well. Good fielding to keep that in the infield. But again, singles are more than enough at the moment for SKK. And Harley to face the last ball this first over. More problems with length, and that will be a no ball, +4. So we might be done in the first over. Another free hit to come. And Lukuge, just not quite getting it right. I've said this before, I'm not a huge fan of the no ball for a second bounce. It never used to be that way until very recently in Lord's cricket. Used to be a second was fine, but a third wasn't. I don't know, people might have other feelings about that. But it's a big penalty for Lukuge. It's a free hit here. 2 runs now required for SKK.
Point for us to debate next game, Maximo.
Well, that's in the air. Probably tie the scores at 19. It will. And so that's the end of the first over. SKK just need one further run. They are 19 for 1. 29 matches since the Golden Ball. I don't think this will be it, but we've still got a couple of games to go. Maybe the final. Wouldn't that be a nice bookend? To have the first game of our finished trip, a Golden Ball, and a Golden Ball final to finish it off.
That's what the crowd wants, Maximo. As you say, I don't think it's going to be this contest. SKK only needing one further run from the remaining 12 balls.
There's a look at the program from here. So the next game is coming up in just under 20 minutes time. I think we could already write in that SKK win. But anyway, I've got to start. I'm glad we've got the game on. PCS, I mean, they've got their opportunity. This could be it, and it will be it. So when Harley just kind of steers the side home, they'll bring up the win, and they have done it with 11 balls to spare. And probably the result we expected no matter what the format. But SKK, that's actually only the second win of their weekend, but they have booked themselves as the first team in the final, even if they don't realise it yet.
That's quite strange, isn't it, Maximo? They've been very, very good, but because of a combination of a tight loss to the Lionesses and then some inclement weather, things just haven't worked out for them, but they get to properly celebrate here. That's a convincing win despite the fact it was achieved in a 3-over contest, getting the winning run, only one ball into the second over, set up by a good bowling and fielding display and some strong power hitting in that 1.1 overs.
Quick game's a good game, and PCS had a lot of time for them. Play Cricket Swami. I wish them the best in the future. You can see the SKK first team booked into the final. They'll take the winner of the Lionesses and Oulu CC, a game that'll start in 15 minutes time. We may even have a schedule fantasy for that. We'll let you know after the scorecards, but let's have a look. Of course, just 7 legal balls required. At PCS, I mean, they had plenty of highlights, I think, even though they didn't end up with a win in the series. This was a bit of a funny one. I don't think Rautray was laughing. She was run out. Looked like she was sliding into home at Yankee Stadium. But yeah, Unhale and Karawideka, they were able to strike a boundary each. In fact, all three batters we did see strike a boundary, and that was more than the amount of boundaries we had in the first inning. So I think in the end, a result we expected, maybe if it came in quite an unexpected fashion in a 3-over game.
Somewhat unorthodox, and they're very, very deserved finalists despite the slightly odd journey that they've had to the final game. SKK, they're a talented team across the bat, bowling and fielding departments, and once again, thoroughly deserved this win. So that chase of 20 for 1, and Harley 7 not out of 5 at the time. Rautray hit her first ball for 4, and that was run out after facing only 2 deliveries. And Karawideka justified her promotion up the order, striking 5 runs. So pretty tidy chase, and any nerves were banished with those early runs. Maximo, tougher time for PCS on the bowling crease.
Yeah, no doubt. We will take a break, and we'll be back in around about 10 minutes or so. Just before we go, I might see, do we have the fantasy for semi-final number 2? Because I'd love to see whether we have those teams. And I'll just pick it up myself as let's get a toss result there. So in the second semi-final, Empire, there we go, have won the toss and elected to bat. So Gildan comes back in for them. They'll get a chance to bat the 10 overs, I suppose. Oulu, again, they finished 4th. It's kind of a shot to nothing for them, but maybe one of their players can step up. Yadav, I think, has done some good things with the ball, maybe without a lot to show for it. Malapa behind the stumps. We saw Pires take a good catch earlier. And, of course, Katie Young, who's become a bit of a cult figure. So that game's coming up in about 10 minutes. We'll be back with the start of that one. Till then, Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, with Andrew Ryan. We'll take a break, back to find out who the other finalists will be when we return to Finland for more European Cricket Series.
just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet. Hello, welcome back, and great to have your company as we get into this second semi-final. Slight delay. Well, they say things come in threes. We did have a third storm. It was pretty strong, maybe not as good as the first two, but it did pass. It caused a 15-minute delay to this game. But we are about ready to get on the park. Players walking onto the field as we speak. Umpires first, though, of course. Empire Lionesses 3-0 through the group stage with 10 points, taking on Oulu CC, who didn't have a win in the group stage. But they did have a couple of no results, so ended up on 4 points. And look, it's a classic kind of David versus Goliath, I suppose, but Lionesses haven't played today. They are the more experienced, more polished team. We saw that in the meeting between the teams yesterday. But look, it's another game for Oulu CC. They're going to have to make Lionesses earn their win, that's for sure. We did have the coin toss a little while ago. Let's see what happened there with Suleiman Saeed.
Lionesses versus Oulu. Oulu to call.
Yeah.
Tails is the call. And it's heads.
We will bat first.
Lionesses won the toss and they will bat first.
Stella Sheridan, how good has she been as well for the Lionesses winning the toss? And no hesitation, electing to bat. And when these two teams met, it was yesterday in match number 3. It was a completed game with Oulu scoring 60 off their 10 overs, a loss of 7 wickets. Empire chased it down in just 4.5 overs. There's the two teams. Goulden comes back in for the Lionesses. Oulu go unchanged, and Oulu, they've already had an interesting sort of day. They actually did field in the first innings of the day. SKK scored 133 for 5, but then we had the first of the kind of Noah's Ark inducing storms that washed the rest of that game out, and then forced us into just a 3-over first semi-final. 8%. So you're saying there's a chance. And it's one of those things where probably a few things would have to go right, and they'd almost have to play their perfect game. Oulu CC and the Lionesses would probably have to play their worst game of the tournament. But this is short form cricket, and anything can happen. Really, really excited. Particularly for Oulu, I think, when you think they don't have a cricket ground in their part of the country, and this is, for a lot of them, their first competitive cricket, their first hardball cricket, and they have had a thoroughly awesome time. And, of course, they'll have a big drive ahead of them tonight, but they'll be hoping for a bit of a miracle match there and to knock off the Empire side. Again, because they are too good at getting on the field and they're not setting their field for about 8 minutes, we just have to hold the bowler up and wait for the clock to tick over to 2:25 local. Sun's out. Let's hope for an uninterrupted Sunday afternoon of cricket, as it will be the captain, Hansika Dasanaika, to get us going. Semi-final number 2. Kula on strike. Pretty good ball first up, and she does keep it out. And just another thing about this game. Although we did have a 10-minute delay, we are sticking with a 10-over game. I think we can probably absorb that into the break after this game. Sheridan out there with Kula, who faces up to this one. Down the leg side for a wide. Andrew Ryan, of course, has been great to have in the commentary box this week. He joins me now. Now, Ryan, this will be your last innings, right? Because I know you've got a plane to catch to get you back to your high-flying life in Switzerland for the Monday morning, but it's been great to have you here, and let's hope for a competitive 10 overs.
I'm a bit emotional, Maximo. Not happy to leave. It's been incredible fun out here at the Caravan National Cricket Ground. Dasanaika drops it on a good length. It's been a nice over from her so far. Now, we've seen some tremendous cricket. It's been great fun being out with you and the whole blue crew here at ECN. Seen some fantastic cricket. We've had some challenging weather. I think we've experienced just about everything that Finland has to offer on that front.
more ways than one, not just the weather this week either. It's been a real cultural experience getting up here, getting my Nordic tan on.
Just cut away. Well played. Not a bad ball from Dustin Yaka, but almost going to the boundary. Plenty of calls from the keeper to get the ball in quickly, but they managed to sneak a 2.
I've been one of those times where the field actually kind of stopped because of the amount of calling that was happening towards her and just taking a bit of extra time to process all the information.
I don't want to be rushed.
Yeah, when I get 2, I think there's always 2 there. But to recognise it, I think, is pretty important. A chance for Empire, obviously, to bat the 10, and they'll be hoping that someone can go big here. We haven't seen a half century in the series. I think maybe
could be today's the day. This game is the day.
All set up for it. I mean, blue skies. The outfield, although it's taken a lot of rain, it's still reasonably quick, isn't it?
It's an incredible field in that respect. Its ability to recover when the elements dump on it.
It's like a Teflon field.
Excellent bowling from Dustin Yaka. She's improved a lot as this tournament has gone on, Vinny. Been given with the responsibility with the new ball.
Hello to Ash at Save Derek, of course, that's been trending. Ash is tuning in from New South Wales, Australia. Happy weekend, everyone. Happy Sunday. What's a good Sunday in your part of the world? I know Perth, we had a very famous Sunday session, we'd call it. I don't know if that's taken off all around Australia.
Yaka once again drops on a good lane. Well, Sunday is cricket day in Switzerland.
Yeah, okay.
So obviously the shops are largely closed on Sunday, so Saturday is shopping day, Sunday is cricket day, obviously for only a proportion of the Swiss population.
Traditionally Swiss. They do close the shops and everything just for cricket day.
That's how we like to portray it.
Dasanaka to close out. It's been a pretty good first over.
Swung heartily. Cooler manages to beat the infield. Shouldn't have travelled all the way to the boundary, so it's pursued with vigour by Piomi, who's managed to keep it to 2, and that's an excellent over from Dustin Yaka. None for 5. Empire women 5 for none after 1.
To touch again on what Sunday session is, it used to be in Perth, where I grew up in Western Australia, and this is before my time actually, but in the city, nothing was allowed to open on Sunday, including bars and things like that. By the way, we'll have a quick look at the ECS-W. Of course, 3 divisions of 5 each, and that's a wonderful way to finish the year. And you can join myself, and I think Rico Full will be doing a fair bit of it. Tina Goff will be doing it around playing, of course, for Germany, and even Corey. I think we'll finally get a gig in the last one of the year. It's coming up 1st of December, so a bit of time to go, but obviously something that these players, obviously not this year, but in future years, would be aspiring to do to represent their countries.
What an absolute treat for those teams in the last week, having Corey Rutger's analysis throughout the ECN coverage.
Doing a fair bit of the Netherlands women commentary recently. They were playing against USA recently. Kind of USA style strip actually from OLUCC. Red, white and blue. What I was going to say though is then, so Sunday session used to be that the country pubs outside of Perth were allowed to open on Sunday.
Is that right?
So you go for a Sunday session. This is kind of 1970s. Kind of when my parents started dating. So, you know, you grab your FJ Holden, you jump in, you go and drive an hour, minimum hour and a half, fill yourself up with some beverages. A few problems then with people driving home back to Perth on a Sunday night. And
colour me stunned, Max.
Slowly but surely, as attitudes and I think practicalities hit home, they started allowing Perth pubs to open up, and you could have your Sunday session a bit closer to home. And it's a tradition to this day. And often it would involve, especially the trendy spots, lining up at about 2 in the afternoon to get in somewhere. Cottesloe Beach, famously.
Nice ball swung away by Sheridan Kula, It's been pretty good with the bat as well. Throw coming in. Not enough power to stop the single.
Question coming in from Wayne saying, is Rhino still Mr. FIBA? Of course, FIBA is the World Association of Basketball. Saying it's the FIBA World Cup at the moment in Mongolia. And Rhino's here with us. What's going on, Mr. FIBA?
Wayne's absolutely on the money. There is a FIBA World Cup going on as Chakaradari comes in for her second ball. Once again, nice up in the block hole, but swung away to the leg side.
I love watching, just before we get back, I love watching Sheridan bat. She takes the game on, but in quite an intelligent way, and just backs herself.
Clever player.
Seems to risk a wicket just enough to give it the chance of maximising its
Good
scoring.
judgment of risk. So, but the World Cup taking place over there is the 3x3.
Is it?
Basketball event, not our
Street ball.
Taking it from the streets to the Olympics, as we say within FIBA HQ. That ball's been taken 80% of the way or 90% of the way to the boundary, but
is it a matter of time until there's a World Trash Talking Championships as well in the basketball?
If there is, it would probably be in SM Vigo, based on what we discussed yesterday afternoon of some of the interesting sports that have ended up on the Finnish program that happens every year to promote new and less visible games. Sports getting kind of sub-sports or sub-formats. I mean, 3-on-3 basketball is obviously one. It's now an Olympic sport. I know it's in Serbia recently. They love it there. I watched some of the games at the Olympics. They were really exciting. The finals a really good game. It might have been the semi that I watched. Great format of the game. And there's a lot of people who seemingly like 3x3 basketball who maybe either don't have the patience or the background to sit down and watch five-a-side basketball, which is great. It's a good urban event.
Yeah, so obviously cricket is quite easy to change the format. You just change the duration. And even 50 over, 20 over, 10 over cricket, they're essentially the same game, just with different length of time.
We actually had this debate after Chakradari gets through her next ball. Oh my goodness. Sheridan's managed to replicate that opposite reverse sweep that she's done from yesterday, where she actually sweeps the ball to the right-hand side of the keeper. And she's even beaten the fielder who came to, sort of first slip rate. I can't believe she's done this on consecutive days, Vinny.
I'm not going to say it's deliberate, but it's definitely the way she plays that shot. It's a real possibility.
I want to give her credit.
It's the Stella. I think it's an.
You have to name it after her. Yeah.
It's the Stella. It's the Stella slap.
I like it.
Can we go with that one?
It's a nicely played shot, although a good ball from Chakradari. It's a bit like in gymnastics when someone makes a new move that they will name it after them. I've never seen someone do that once, let alone on consecutive days.
I mean, it's almost as if someone landed on their head in gymnastics, but they didn't flinch and it was a perfect dismount. And then they did it twice.
I still think
Don't try that at home, kids.
I still think my consecutive scissor kick on the balance beam is known as the Rhino in men's balance beam gymnastics.
Sheridan's just got great hand-eye coordination. We sort of have a bit of a bowl yesterday, but I think it makes sense to have her behind the stumps. It's key position.
Wide's coming this over from Chakradari.
The fact she's played it again is quite astounding. This one doesn't quite go to plan. It will be a wide pitch. It's on the artificial. So we're going to have to snip that one. I think we have to put them together now and get that going viral on social media.
Oh, it's genuinely incredible. We sort of laughed yesterday saying it was an amusingly effective shot to play. How she's replicated it, I don't know. But there is an argument, Vinny, that she's particularly that one. I think the one yesterday felt like it came off sort of almost a... Not sure, can you call it a leading edge when it's basically played? It
came off the side of the bat, basically, but perfectly off the side of that with pace.
Whereas that, it felt like she'd almost deliberately hoiked it back to the other side of the keeper who was sprinting down the leg side. Another wide from Chakradari. Started off well in her over, but she's lost her accuracy in the last few balls. Comes a little bit wider of the crease, and I think she might have been pinned for a back foot no ball here. Maximo, that was my first instinct from when the umpire's arm came out.
It's gone too wide there. Cannot touch that vertical line with your back foot.
It's a shame. It was a pretty good ball.
Yeah. Again, don't think getting a huge advantage. If anything, it's disadvantage going that wide of the crease. At least the umpire's communicating that now. Chakradari have to deal with a free hit here.
unfortunately. Just swinging down the leg side again.
Yeah, just they're struggling to get out of this over. Looks like it's going to go magical here in the second. %
winning chance from Oulu CC seems to be going down by the delivery at the moment. It's unfortunately another wide. It's been a tough over for her. It's not easy conditions at all.
Very windy, and I did notice there's a wind warning, severe wind warning, and we hadn't really had too much wind. We had a fair amount, but nothing that I would think would be kind of warning worthy. But we definitely had periods in the lead to this game where it got very blustery.
It's a better ball, a nice length, full, particularly that length, Vinny, gives it the chance to bounce over the batter's swinging bat when they're trying to hit across the line. Nicely swept. Clean strike, isn't it? And unfortunately, fielder just unable to get there. I think that's Hansika Dasnayaika. And it will be a boundary for...
Yeah, it's a good way to finish the over. Chakradari has a few issues in amongst that over, and Empire take 24 off at 29 without loss after 2. Unfortunately, well, connection seemed to be knocked out, so I can't see the live chat right now, but yeah, looking forward to this. I was thinking other sports that have had, what do you call it? I was thinking it was like a babushka doll, other sports inside. Obviously cricket with 50 over cricket, then 20, then 10, and other formats. What about, but yeah, basketball we talked about. You know, rugby sevens. I'm a huge fan of rugby sevens. And it's a way to kind of open up the sport to a new audience, as well as like giving established fans just a new look at something. Well, she's hit this again. Stella, she hasn't quite
see,
got it
that's
right.
the problem, Vinny.
Yeah, she got out like
She's
that
tried
yesterday.
to play a conventional sweep pull shot there. Instead of dragging it round, hit it straight into the keeper's.
The fact she beat the short third with the one is pretty extraordinary.
She should go back to what's worked for her.
I know AFL in Australia, they tried something like that. AFLX.
Actually, now we can actually have that little conversation.
Yeah, go
on. It's a very good podcast that I listen to, and on occasion I've been invited on, the Unofficial Partner podcast. And the host there during an episode in a new cricket series that they've developed. Yeah, they've go through a run-up bowl, a nice length ball, swung across the line by Sheridan, no run. He was talking about other sports that have gone through their T20fication process. And actually two of the examples he uses quite frequently for that are 3x3 basketball and rugby sevens.
Even though
I will tell you why I disagreed with him on those
both of them probably came first, I was going to say, but continue.
Well, regardless of whether they came first or not, my point as to why I don't think those were the same types of products or going through that same, I guess, process were that the great thing about T20 cricket is that it actually significantly reduced the key resource, and ball's gone high up in the air. A couple of fielders converging, unfortunately.
Oh, no, it's a wipeout.
It's looking like an episode of It's a Knockout from the 1980s. Two go down.
They're still running.
3.
I have no idea how many they ran, but you know, Oulu yesterday we had a kind of NFL-worthy hit. This time it's more of just almost like a red card in association football. Neither one of them ends up fielding the ball as the third party was called in
Is that
to
the
do
first 3 all run we've had all week?
It is. I can't believe they got 3. It's good running. 3 fielders, 3 runs. Things come in 3. We're talking about 3x3 basketball as well.
The rule of 3.
The rule of 3 is real.
Yeah, they're steaming in, drags this down the leg side. Anyway, back to this point that the great thing about T20 cricket is it reduces significantly the key resource that batters have, which is the number of balls in a game. And so that has made them reassess how much risk-taking there will be. Absolutely no risk with that shot, but it has been hammered. And look at the celebration from Rhea Gula. Like she's just won the World Cup. She's hammered a mighty Maximo. That's wonderful to see.
This has been such a great weekend, and you know, when celebrations get a little bit risky, This is Kula, who has a brilliant shot. I mean, she's absolutely slammed it.
Do you think that might be her first career Maximo?
It could be Maximo time. And how do you celebrate? You celebrate like this, but not like this. Boom. Shakalagya, as Rico would say. Kula gets a strike back.
Nice
Just takes a look at one. Probably fair enough, as she's probably got the wet trousers to deal with at the moment.
Has been played with some great positivity and energy this series, hasn't it?
Emotions. Good point by Adian saying, yeah, and we'll continue this in a moment.
In between
actually.
overs.
Yeah, end of the over coming up.
Pretty good over from Yadav, actually. She goes for 12, but some nice balls in there. So to finish that off, my challenge back to him was that actually probably the closer basketball example than 3x3 was the introduction of the shot clock into basketball. Because before the shot clock came in, and it was different times for pro basketball and for college basketball, but teams could hold the ball endlessly.
I don't want to say hours, they get ahead and you have games that would be like 2-0.
There were some shocking examples in NCAA college basketball for a few years where it was 6-4 at halftime or something like that.
Hold the ball.
And the other example I gave, which I know always annoys a few people because rugby union fans are vociferous in their support of rugby union as the more elite sport, as Paris just pushes hers down the leg side, was the creation of rugby league, which had a drop-off of 2 players in the field, but also eventually introduced the limited tackle rule, so that there was a set of 6 for each team, and they had to score or usually put in a kick to get themselves some field position, rather than have essentially an unlimited amount of time to work with the ball. It's beautifully played by Sheridan, and the power on it takes it past the fielder at a wide, fine leg for a boundary.
Yeah, good shot. The Stella slaps back. This time it's more of a regular slap. Bang. Gets in great position, hits it hard, and just kind of blasts through the deep fine leg fielder. I didn't know that I thought rugby league, that was one of the kind of original concepts of it, that you had the limited tackle.
No, it came in the middle of last century.
15, is that?
So it's always been 13 players on the field as opposed to 15. So it's very much created to create less congestion on the field and therefore more attack. But at the same time, the limited tackle rule was not a feature when the sport was first developed. That's aerial from Sheridan, not well controlled. Took some catching, and unfortunately the wicket keeper, despite the fact that Malapa made good ground, hasn't completed the catch. And they've had a couple of chances go by. Both Sheridan and Kula playing attacking cricket, but Ulu unable to capitalise.
Yeah, it was a genuine chance. Stella typically likes to play an aggressive game, occasionally brings a false shot. They just couldn't take hold of the opportunity.
Nice ball from Paris.
But what you said is spot on with it. You're creating a scarcity. I like that word. You're creating a scarcity. And actually, like for example, if you had a normal, like we say soccer, but a football game, you say, okay, we're going to make it 20-minute halves. I suppose what you're doing in a way is replicating minutes 51 to 90 of a football game, because everyone's always kind of trying to score roughly the same all the way through a football game. Okay, at the end it gets a bit situational and it might change slightly, but yeah, because in cricket you have a finite amount of resources and you have 10 wickets to play with in your batting innings, by reducing the time, it allows you to be more attacking and have that be less of a concern. But I'm just wondering, I mean, I know with tennis they had, I can't remember what it's called, they had like a funky scoring system.
But that's why I think some of these things don't really work that much, because that scoring system does not make tennis more inherently interesting. It doesn't change the nature of the way that points are played.
I mean, it's not, I don't know, playing with giant rackets or something. You know, it doesn't fundamentally change the gameplay. I'm gonna have to find out what that was called, because Billie Jean King was a big proponent of it.
It's cut away by Kula.
I mean, because normally these short formats, it's to do with, okay, there might be something or an element we'd like to magnify from the main version, or we might be, fundamentally trying to highlight or change the mindset of the athlete playing. Into the fourth over here, 48 without loss. Paris pretty good over there, just going for 7.
Well, I'll give you a one that was actually put to me during that conversation as to how much I thought it was relevant, and it was Super Netball in Australia has implemented the 2-point shot to try to encourage longer range shooting.
Yeah,
and
allow catching up to be a bit easier maybe as well.
A little bit. I don't know. My point back was, what is it that you don't like about the game that you're trying to rectify? Nice delivery.
Yeah, because cricket, it's simple. Cricket, one round, one didn't. Won't matter. There's always a run there. I don't know. My Sheridan was ball watching, and then she gets there. Yeah, because, cricket's simple. Most people think cricket boring. Cricket's boring. Nothing happens for a long time. And even cricket lovers who appreciate the values of concentration and all that, they can consume something where a lot more happens in a shorter period of time.
Absolutely.
So cricket, that's the thing. But again, you got to identify, what are you trying to change and
Full
why?
Toss, hit well. I think that's going to be called no ball. It already is. Nicely put away from Sheridan. Just sweet striker of the ball. So for the netball one, I guess my response, as I said, was what's the ill that you're trying to rectify? And if it's to do with long-range shooting being more aesthetically pleasing to watch, or trying to encourage teams to not get right next to the basket, then I'm not sure the 2-point basket really helps that. It feels like more something teams would use in desperation.
Because there's a lot of things you can do. Of course, I'm a bit of a... Oh, geez, Estelle's watching this for a long time again. She's going to get away with it. Second time in the over.
Cooler wants another Maximo.
Almost like she ran out of battery a couple of times. But anyway, she's all right. Gets away with it.
Maybe she's like our internet here at the moment, just intermittently dropping out.
That's true. Because the thing is, you can do a lot of stuff, but do you want to? What's the purpose? That's the thing when people say, oh, yeah, I'll give you an example of cricket, an out cricket, which is like, okay, let's make really big sixes like 8 or 10. But people are already trying to hit sixes all the time. So rewarding something, which is, it's great, but, we're already getting that gameplay. The one I was thinking of was called World Team Tennis, or Fast 4.
Yep.
Which was...
Oh, WTT's been around since, I think, the early 70s.
Yeah, and you can have like
different
substitutions mid-match.
Yeah.
Again, partly it's the presentation, the music, the kind of... I'd like to see tennis where the crowd can make as much noise as you like during the rally. But I'll give you an example in tennis. You could say, wait for this ball first. There's a big swing and a miss from Sheridan. You could say, right, it's 10 strokes maximum. Otherwise, the receiver wins the point or something. If you wanted to encourage...
Well, funnily enough, I've thought about this one before too. But then it turns into a battle of offense versus defense, which questionable. Is that a good or a bad thing?
And people probably like rallies. It's up in the air. This is a tough one. It's just going to fall safely. Olu, the kamikaze kids, as we might call them.
Fighting hard in the field, though. Plenty of running towards the ball. Need a bit more speed getting it back in. But we don't want to labour on this point too much. Like, it's fascinating for sports philosophers like ourselves. For tennis, in a way, the change that turned tennis into slugging rallies was when they slowed the balls down.
Yeah.
I can't remember if it was 10 or 15 years ago. So
because the racket's got out of control.
Absolutely. But now it's led to the death of variety in the game of professional tennis on both the men's and the women's side, because players are it's finding it impossible to prosper as serve and volleyers. Questionable whether or not they actually need to move back a little bit to the direction of power serving and some slightly shorter points, because consistent 5-in-a-bit-hour Grand Slam finals and semi-finals for the men is... Everyone talks about it as a great gladiatorial contest, but it's not really workable on a longer tournament basis.
The oldest 70 to 68 final set. Was it Isna Mahout? All I know about that is he had a couple of large pizzas the night when he was about 50 all during the last day.
I think he lost his next match too.
Just without digging too deep, can you think of any other examples? I've got a couple off the top of my head. End of the fifth over here right now, though, an Empire cruising at 61 without loss. In fact, they've already made more than Olu made in their contest yesterday when they took each other on in a 10-over game. I know that field hockey tried a version with, I think it was 9-a-side, with bigger goals. So they had fairly, let's say, 20% bigger goals to encourage scoring, and instead of the regular penalty corners, they'd have these kind of 4-on-2 power plays. field hockey is one of those games that will try things. Here's 6th over. It's going to start with a
we
wide.
had this discussion a couple of days
Well,
ago,
try
didn't we,
things,
Maximo? That
doesn't really seem to get an appeal. Whereas football's a thing that probably doesn't try things that much. I know they've gone into the VAR now, but they're pretty hesitant. Some things in football are fundamentally
remarkably,
broken.
with all the things that I and probably you think are not great about football, a decent proportion of the world's population seem to think it's a great sport.
No, I just think it's so big. People like having a common thing. And football is a simple game.
Struck high with some power, and it carries, I think. It's been signalled Maximo by the outfielder. It dropped pretty quickly.
It was
got a
very
good piece of
close.
this ball.
Yeah, they like. It's been called 6. Let's have a look. Straight 6 as well. Yeah, just carried. I thought it did, but I wasn't sure. It was worth a second look. Maximo Stella is bringing it here in semi-final number 2.
Smoking it, 29 off 16. I was hoping for another stellar slap there, but it's just the more conventional stroke. Strikes it very well, though. It's a powerful young lady. Great strike.
Before we divert further.
We don't have to divert.
But Matthew Pitter saying, coaching in tennis, just discussing it. I always think it's so funny that I don't have a problem with it because the coach have some sort of magic words which are going to make somebody play better. The amount of time they put into trying to catch people whispering instructions in the crowd, I don't know. I feel you like the idea of it just being an individual pursuit.
Probably I do.
Cut off from the outside world.
I do, and because I used to. Tennis was probably the first sport that I was. Sounds stupid. That I was good at, really good at, and I used to like the fact that if I was strategically outworking my opponent, that they couldn't go to their coach on the sideline and try to get some strategy, which probably would have been to essentially make this overweight kid run a little bit more from side to side and try to make the points last a bit longer. But regardless of that, I liked the fact that they didn't have that option and they had to think of it themselves. But also I accept in the modern world in particular, it is extremely hard to police that.
Yeah, I think that's probably more my point. Come back this time. There's a free hit. It will be hit over the top. Another good strike. This time one bounce for Sheridan, 37. I don't want to put the jinx on her, but I said at the beginning of the innings, could we see an individual half century? And Stella is certainly getting pretty close to that milestone.
She's looked the most likely all weekend, Maximo, and getting to see the best of her here when her team needed a big performance in their gun bat. She's had a fair bit of time to think about which shot to play with the ball in the air. Disneyaka, and strokes it beautifully. She's got a nice range of shots, Sheridan, in addition to the stellar slap.
I know I've only got you for 4 more overs, so I don't want to get too down the rabbit hole. By the way, that's a classical shot from Sheridan. Talked yesterday about the fact that she's developed in such a good straight back technique. She's got all these natural gifts, but now she's getting these...
Do we know much about her background?
I was having a bit of a chat to her yesterday. It comes from more of a baseball background.
Swung in the air. I was going to say could be caught, should be caught. Foot trying to stop it on the boundary rope, and I think this is going to be 4 in one way or another, Maximo.
Yeah, well, I think it was all right, but when she picks it up at the end, somehow it stays in again, just inexperience, foot's over line, picks it up. So second time we've seen that today, actually. It will be 4 runs, takes her into the 40s now, 45. In fact, Maximo could get her over the line.
Wouldn't that be a way to bring up the first Maximo?
Not going to dig too deep into this, but you know what brought me to Europe in the first place? And it wasn't cricket.
I'll save my responses.
Thank you. Wait for this ball from Dissanayake.
Good ball. Driven straight down the ground, but they've got the almost straight fielder.
So end of the 6th over, and it's 88 without loss. And my path to ECN actually came through this, which I won't go into in great detail. But I was in the gaming industry, and obviously I played a lot of cricket in my background, done a lot of hosting as part of that gaming industry as well. And I had developed a version of the casino game craps. It's called dice. Like you see in the movies, we're like blowing on the dice. It looks like a big bathtub.
Great scenes.
People loved playing craps, but they found it so complicated, and a lot of it was just tradition. And it's one of those things that people come up and you teach it for an hour, and then after 1 minute they'd be like, okay, it's not for me. Like, I developed basically the T10 of craps.
Really? I
That
remember
then
you telling me about
became-
the development of that. I didn't
became
realise it had the
commercially viable.
T20fication.
And that was actually my reason for coming, for training.
Oh, it's up in the air. Can they dismiss her this time? Falls into no woman's land again. She scoots through for the single.
Sheridan 47, so creeping up on it. Yeah, so basically that took me to Switzerland. In Switzerland, I connected with ECN through Cricket on Ice, which was the test event back then, and that's how my whole thing got started. But that is what people describe the game that I devised and basically patented, which then got picked up by different organisations.
Good ball by Dusniaka. Been impressed with her bowling in this game.
And it's the same principle. I took out the bits that didn't make sense, and I simplified it, but in a way that still held the fun bits of the game, the integrity of the game.
I was going to say it took out the CRA bits of the game and made it. Did you change the name as a result?
Well, I liked calling it. I wanted to call it Major League Dice or Grand Slam Dice, but we ran into a few copyright issues there. So I'll tell you what they actually ended up calling it. My distributor in the Netherlands, they called it Dice Ball.
Oh, it's not bad.
So if you're still in the
that
Netherlands,
should be an SMV code.
find it. And it probably would be bigger had I not then jumped ship during Corona to take up cricket commentary.
Is it played in
Still around
casinos and gaming facilities?
There's
in
15,
Europe?
there's something like 15 tables around Europe in a few different countries.
It's a nice ball. That's off stump. Tries to cut, but Sheridan pretty keen to get back on strike. She scoots through for the bye.
One of the things, quite honestly, is with Corona, it was getting a bit of momentum up, and then with Corona, of course, when houses did open again, things with sharing, touching things and all that. And I kind of made a decision that this is something that I was really passionate about, European cricket. But the way I fell into it...
Have you ever turned up to a casino where you know it's being played?
Can I tell you
a crack?
A funny one? I did that once in London, Luton, actually.
Jesus. That's not what I was expecting. Sheridan smashes that. That's her 50. Wonderful striking from this young Finnish star. And a classic innings. Great way to bring up the first half ton of ECS-W Finland.
Yeah, we thought we would see it. Now we have. There we go. And she's been so powerful on that pull. In the end, just carries the line. And I think she does it with a Maximo. We'll just check this on one more time. Or is it just inside? It is... Oh, yeah.
Just inside?
Just inside. 4 runs, that's what they call it. So she moves 51. Had a great innings. And she's brought up the 50 off 24 balls.
Lovely shot again. I was going to say straight to the field. Didn't quite get her body in front of it. Lakshika out there on the deep mid-wicket boundary. So consecutive 4s for Sheridan.
Yeah, it's good striking. And now she's really going to ramp it up, I think. She knows that there's just 3 overs left. 98 without loss. Empire putting on a show here in semi-final number 2. And well done to Sheridan.
18 balls, Maximo. Can she go for the triple figures?
Quick look at where we are, of course, in calendar year 2025. Bulgaria starting tomorrow. Rico Fool said he's arriving tonight. I just had a bit of a chat with him. He said he's going well. He's excited. He said the weather's hot. And I might even be coming in from the studio. Just give him a few breaks because he's going solo until Soban will get there next weekend. Kula needs to get a bit of a move on here.
Tell you what, this Empire, sorry, not the Empire team, the Ulu team need to get a bit of a move on with their overs as well, both to complete them in the allotted time and for me to not miss the end of the innings.
They've still got batting to come, and I just think Kula, maybe I would be stepping her aside at this stage because in the final you probably want a couple of others to have had a hit. Well, the edge of the pitch does a bit of helpful work for Chakravarti there, but it will be a no ball, free hit to come. So yeah, I went to Luton, and the funniest thing was this. I do this thing where, because I want to see, are they dealing it well? Because it's the chatter.
Quality control.
Yeah, exactly.
It's a good ball.
So no one asked me to do this. This could get there, probably not. Again, good running. I'll come back for a couple. But the funniest thing was, the jig was up after about 45 minutes. I was like, actually, I
made this.
Just so you know.
I own you.
I couldn't convince them.
Really?
They wouldn't believe
To be
me.
fair, I'd be pretty skeptical
Like,
if
yeah,
I was
if you rocked up to Las
croupier
Vegas
in Luton Casino.
say that you invented blackjack, they'd probably...
Because you honestly, I think people would look at you and think, he looks like the sort of guy who could tell a story or two.
You think so?
Yep.
Anyway, it's not something I normally go into. It's not particularly relevant. But because we're talking about kind of fast formats or more accessible formats, it just seemed relevant.
It's a good line for Chakradari, and ball goes through fielder's leg, but they've got some fielding support there. Dasnyaka.
Adion's been to Bern in Switzerland, has said it's one of the tables in the Grand Casino.
Really?
Yeah.
Gives me a good reason to go to Bern.
Why not?
Just drift a touchdown leg side.
Zurich as well. I've lost track a little bit. I've got to admit, I have my interests being handled now. So
speaking of losing track, Empire have ticked over the 100 mark.
I have.
Partway through this set, this 8th over.
I'd love to see the 1% where Oulu can actually win this, though. That parallel universe, that's an ECN Classic waiting to happen right now. They conceded 106, and just seen Chakradari copping that one in the knee. Yeah, so that was pretty funny that I couldn't convince them. And then I started getting out all sorts of schematics and my phone and saying, look, this is an early concept. No, you could have just done that right now.
Is there a special process for registering a casino game to retain ownership?
It's pretty
rights and structures.
A lot of it is just getting on the front foot with things like intellectual property and things like that. But
so it's protected by more typical intellectual property rather than...
It's really niche. Well, the biggest thing is not many ever. Of every 200 ideas, one becomes a reality, and for every one that comes a reality is probably 1 in 100 that actually become a commercial success. So the fact it exists at all, I'm proud of.
A few barriers that dice ballers had to jump over. Nice in-swinging Yorker from Chakradari. Gets through the over.
By the way,
34 and the 108 for none.
Looking up at the sky, you might see there's pretty huge black cloud over the ground, but there's also blue skies. So I don't know what to make of this weather. But hopefully we're done with all the rain that we've had. 108 without loss after 8. Long story short, I don't want to get into it too much because, like I said, it's not too relevant. But I got asked to take it to London for a showcase of 30 new game concepts, and of that, 3 of them would get a live trial, and the ones that were successful in the live trial, they'd continue, and you'd be paid a certain amount a month. So I was lucky enough to survive that process. But like a lot of good things, some things happen without actually just develop. I never planned to even come up with that. It's just it serves to need with something I'd identified. Same as I never planned to be a cricket commentator, but here we are.
Short ball from Paris. Thankfully, Sheridan gets on the front foot, strokes it down to long off region. They'll take 1.
Yeah,
but I guess if you hadn't have developed that, you wouldn't have been at Cricket on Ice. You wouldn't have been plucked from nowhere as one of the voices of ECL 19 and now becoming the doyen and captain of the ECN commentary team.
Yeah, it's a weird world. And not just me. I mean, ECN wouldn't be what it would be if it wasn't for these extraordinary circumstances. There's the Thunder, by the way, that saw us, I suppose, put in front of the world's eyes back in 2020. And obviously, it's great to still have been building that community. I mean, it was awful 5 years ago. Awful what was happening in the world, obviously.
I think ECN kept some people going in those.
I love when people say things like that.
Big strike. Another catching opportunity. Would have been a great grab. But Sheridan survives again. She's been playing fast, taking some risks. Good to see.
So I heard thunder. There's thunder to the left of us, which means I assume where there's thunder, there's rain. But it's not where we are. Hopefully it doesn't come here. But the weather's been moving fast today. It's been, like that last storm was in and out in about 5 minutes.
Say thunder to the left of us, rain clouds to the right. And here I am stuck in the swamp with Maximo.
We are in the swarmy swamp. Those shoes
Got to extract ourselves from here at some
point. Can I be
point.
quite honest? I was 3 minutes late for the car this morning because I decided rather than just clean my shoes for today, I'd go back and clean my shoes
for the whole
before
week.
I pack them away from the earlier days. It took a bit longer than I thought.
Well done by Kular, I think, saving us from the no ball.
Yeah.
Looks like she's got on the front foot, and I think tickled this before the second bounce. Yes.
Oh, yeah. Just off the bottom of the bat. It's one of those ones that it would have been good if she'd recognised that.
You,
could have gone back
Good on you.
Gone cowgirl style.
So last ball. Sheridan probably, one of the rare times today, tries to overhit the ball. Make sure that she monopolises the strike. She'll have it back for the start of the 10th over. Paris, pretty good overs actually. Only goes for 13 off her too. Great bowling in the context of this innings. And Empire, 114 for none.
I was going to address something. I think Takas Georgie was asking, is there a Hall of Fame for 50s in ECS-W cricket? But I don't have that, but I do know we had 100 earlier on in the year. And that was Lara Maritz for MCC. That's right. The famous MCC in England. They were touring Jersey, and she scored 105 not out against the Western Towers on the 11th of May. So we have had 100 in ECS-W this year. I hear light rain, and I'm scared that light rain will lead to rain and then followed by heavy rain. But let's see. Meanwhile, Sheridan just keeps on keeping on. Swings away into the 60s with another 4 runs. 4 carreras.
She's played a compelling innings here, Maximo. It's been excellent batting. She showed a wide range of shots, including one that she's invented and not misusing.
I'm just going to get our cover right because I think we might be about to cop it.
This has been a challenging week as far as weather is concerned. Getting to show you some of the beauty of Helsinki, but also some of the unpredictable weather conditions that happen this far north. Yadav coming in. Dragged around to fine leg by Sheridan. She runs the first one hard. She'll come back for the second. Kula was pretty keen to get back on strike, but overruled by a partner. Sheridan's facing the majority of the balls here. It's very quick between the wickets too. Runs well, Vinny. Good judge of a run.
Yeah, it certainly is. Just had a look outside the tent to the left. I don't think the sky is meant to look like that. I think we're getting light rain at the moment, but the rain is coming left to right.
Swung back down and fielded successfully on wide fine leg.
I just got
Come on, Vinny. This has only got to hold on for about 2 minutes until I get back to the pavilion for my lift to the airport.
Well, actually, your lift leaves in 1 minute, I just noticed, because we had 10 minutes later.
This innings has taken a while to get through.
I want to say a big thank you to you, Rhino, though, because it's been great having you here with me this week. Good ball, this one. Cooler. They're still just happy to knock a one. I'll get back to Sheridan. There's the live weather shots. You can see it's actually really bright.
Is it on the left-hand side?
On the right. Hey, so Rhino, I know I won't get a proper chance to say goodbye, but I've loved having you here. I know hopefully we'll get you on doing the ECC again. Good luck with your knee operation.
Thank
I know
you.
you've got your knee operation coming up, and if I have to wheel you around for a while, I won't mind. But yeah, thanks so much. It's been great to have you here in Finland.
Can we get disabled access facilities for ECC this year?
Stairs might be a problem, actually.
Stairs might not be so fun, but anyway, we'll survive. It's been excellent fun being here, and I've thoroughly enjoyed this women's tournament over the last couple of days too.
With the traditional you putting the cover on because you're slightly taller than me as well, if you'd like to do that.
They've got quite a knack for that
9.5. Will we get the last ball in?
Oh,
we won't.
come on, we've been out there for so long.
Yeah, but it's getting heavy.
Oh my goodness.
Look, Rhino, big thanks again, and please put your messages in. I'll pass them on to Rhino in the live chat because he will be heading away, and as he heads away, the covers will come on. And
I think Rhino's going to smell of wet.
Rhino, you are going to have to try and horn it back to the car park because it's not going to be easy. We got weather. It's just gotten really dark, and we're in for another apocalyptic thunderstorm. And while we do, let's go through the hunt. Rhino, you're out of here. Say your goodbyes.
Thanks, everyone. Enjoy the afternoon.
There's hail as well, Rhino. We're in for it.
Jeez.
The hail's come. Give me. You can't go. Oh boy, I'm going to try and get you through the highlights, but the hail's come in. We've had it all. We started with fog. We've had hail. We've had thunder. We've had lightning. We've had maximos. We've had our first half century of the ECS-W as well. And as Andrew Ryan tries to secure the igloo, we'll take you through this as close to a 10 overs as you can get without completing it. 129 without loss for the Lionesses. We got proper hail right now. Before you do that, Rhino, let me take a bit of a quick video because we've had it all here in the second day of the ECS-W. But how about Stella Sheridan? She was magnificent on the way to the first half century of this ECS. And for Olu, it had their moments, didn't they? Sometimes it was kind of self-inflicted, but a lot of it, I think, was good stroke play. Kula out there as well. Yeah, probably could play the second fiddle role, and it didn't hurt the Lionesses so much. This is how it finished, though, with hail and ridiculous weather. Precipitation in the first degree. It's an icy finish to the second semi-final. I mean, look, still there's a chance we'll get back on second half. They're obviously not live pictures right there, but yeah, I mean, if I was a betting man, which luckily I'm not, I'd have a feeling that this game is likely over, especially with the task ahead of Olu, which would be to get 130. Actually, we don't know that because there would be some sort of adjustment. The other thing, though, I suppose, look, it would, if we got a 3-over game, you're probably looking at a target of maybe 45 or something like that, and maybe, but I just don't think it's something that is too likely at all. One thing I know is the weather comes quickly, it goes quickly as well. So, not prepared to call it, but yeah, you saw the live pictures there at the end. It got pretty hairy out there. First time I think I've seen an innings called at 9.5, but there was no option. In fact, I'm glad they went off when they did, because if they'd stayed even another minute, then it would have been all over. Rhino, come back and say a quick goodbye to your fans before you go. Last words?
Everyone, I've got to run. I'm braving the hail, but Maximo will look after you for the remaining few games. Enjoy. Great to be with you.
Great to be with you too. Oh, geez, get a camera on Rhino maybe. He's have to try and dodge the lightning strikes on the way to the airport. These are live pictures, and got to say well done to all the crew out there and everyone that's been trying. So there's Rhino in the background. If you can see him just yet, he'll be trying to head back there. We will take a break. For how long, I can't tell you. There's Rhino in the background. There it's going. Oh, wow. This is the European Cricket Series. You won't see anything else like this in world cricket. Sometimes it's the cricket, sometimes it's the weather, but it's always entertaining. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo. We'll take a break, give you an update in around about 5-10 minutes time. Until then, enjoy your break and see you soon for more action here in the European Cricket Series.
Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Let's live our dream. Summertime. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Let's live our dream. Summertime. Let's live our dream. Summertime.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado, and 1xBet. Hello, welcome back. Hello there, welcome back. And these are live shots from the ground of what's going on right now. And that's actually quite light compared to what we had a couple of minutes ago. It has absolutely poured down. We saw it actually coming in the 9th to 10th over of first innings of that second semi-final between Empire Lionesses and Oulu CC. And you can probably hear the crack of thunder right now. This is one of the most violent days of thunderstorms I've ever seen. But the funny thing is, we've had some sunny periods in between, but it might just come down to how much more can this field take. You can see, probably for the first time in the week, you can see a few pools of water that have formed. But yeah, officially we do have the word now that the second semi-final is abandoned, as we went off one ball before the end of the 10 overs. So this is where we're at now. And Oulu had a funny old day. They actually fielded pretty much for 20 overs, but didn't get a bat, because the same thing happened in the first match of the day against SKK. So Oulu, they will finish in the 4th position. But honestly, I loved watching them. It's the first time we get a chance to play on a proper field for many, many of those cricketers. So this is the final matchup, and it's meant to be starting in around about an hour and a half. So all we can do is put the clock up. I promise I will be staying by my computer. I'll be working from the igloo because I'm too afraid to leave it. And I'll let you know what's happening. At the moment, the plan is that we would start the final at the scheduled time. But again, there will be periodic inspections. Once this storm passes, which I'm sure it will, there's every chance the sun will come out. And if the field can drain in time, we could get a final on. Remember, we've probably got another almost 3 hours before the cutoff time for the final. So this has been such a strange day that the weather has changed, it's changed back, it's changed back. And yeah, we're just going to have to play a little bit of wait and see. So we will we'll leave you with the countdown timer. Go back and just go about your business. But I will say, if you come back at around about an hour and a half, you'll at least know whether the final will start on time or whether it will be delayed. Obviously, we'll keep you updated at the bottom of the screen, so keep an eye on that. So we'll leave it there. Just confirming Empire Lionesses winning because of the no result in the second semi-final. That match has officially now been abandoned due to the storm that hit the ground. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, back hopefully with a much drier Caravan National Cricket Ground when we return to Finland for more European Cricket Series.
Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Let's live our dream. Summertime. divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. Time. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Let's live our dream. Summertime. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Let's live our dream. Summertime. say, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado, and 1xBet. Okay, folks, here we go. We are ready, and it's great to have you with us. We are going to get a final in this ECS-W. We're past 7 o'clock local time, and we will get our final. You know, I got to say, I've been doing this a long time. I don't really remember a day like this. We've had sun, we've had rain, we've had hail, we've had wind, we've had magnetic storms. We have had everything thrown at us, but we are going to have a final, and it didn't look likely, I'll be honest with you. Around about an hour and a half ago, you went out there and there were puddles around the pitch. It was just looking bleak, but we're going to have a 5 over side. You can see that on your screen. 2 over power play, 1 over per bowler. SKK versus the Empire Lionesses. Lionesses hot favourites, but I suppose the 5 overs kind of brings it back a little bit. I'm just telling you, you've got 22 players that are desperate to get out there and to play. And even Empire, who, of course, they'd win the trophy in a walkover if we couldn't get a game. You speak to them, they want their winning moment. They want to do it on the field, not off the field. They've earned it. They've been the best side all weekend. But they get to have another game, and they're going to have to prove themselves against an SKK side that they met in the opening match of the tournament. On that occasion, SKK batting first, scored 78 off their 10 overs. Empire chased that down with 10 balls to spare. But these are the top 2 teams of the weekend, no doubt about it, and they will get to play off for the trophy. Mini sound of here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. I mean, where do we start? It was almost called off, I'll be honest. It was so close. They said, look, if there's one more drop of rain, it's done. This field, it's taken so much punishment. It's always bouncing back, but even then there's a limit. We've had 3 huge thunderstorms today. Huge thunderstorms. And the first time it bounced back, second time it bounced back, third time we thought, is it possible? But you know what? They said, we'll give it a chance. If the sun comes out and with the wind we've got, maybe it'll be right. And local knowledge has come through. Now, Andrew, he said, I think we can start at 7, and we're starting at 10 past 7 local. All right. Koyo to get us going. Kuller's out there with Sheridan. Same opening combination as before. Hang on to your hats, people. 10 overs to decide the trophy. And it's Koyo to get us going. And Kuller is going to keep the first one out. Got to say, I thought this might have been an opportunity to get Sheridan on strike straight away. I mean, it is a 5 over game, remember. Kuller a bit more defensive in her approach, more of a second fiddle so far. But let's see. She did hit a 6 as well. Swing and a miss, Koyo. A good opening. You can see the wind pretty strong. It's been coming from all directions. Right now it's left to right on your screen. There was a severe wind warning. There was a severe thunderstorm today. We've had the thunderstorms. Now I think we're getting the wind. And Koyo, she's been good so far. And this is what I mean. Now they're thinking of a run. It's not quite there. Sastamoina was a late change. That's why we had the final delay of 10 minutes. Hey, and Nguyen comes in for her first game as well for the Lionesses, but I think you got to know 5 over game. You've got to kind of get runs or get out of the way. Call 3 dot balls so far. That's 4 dot balls now. Oh, this is a very good start. Koyo, 14-year-old, can only play for Finland in theory from September, unless she gets an exemption. She has to wait for a 15th birthday, but she's doing the business here in the final. Oh, 5 dot balls, inside edge onto the pad. What an over from Koyo. And I've got to say, call a spade a spade. Kuller's got to read the room. It's a 5 over game. Sheridan stuck She's been the batter of the tournament, Sheridan. She's coming off for 50, but she's just watched about 20% of the innings evaporate. Now you probably wouldn't even take a single last ball. Bit of an anti-climax, I've got to be honest, in this first over. Last ball of it coming up. And it gets away off the leg. And oh, has it been given out? All right. Wow, okay. Now the screams went up. Got to admit, just the way she played that suggested it was going over the stumps. I was watching the ball. Let's check it out in the replay. It's all about height here for me. Climbing. Oh, maybe taking the bails. Again, we'll have to see it. Definitely fine for line, but the umpire gave it out and SKK got reason to celebrate. It'll be a wicket maiden to get us started. What a start for SKK. Again, let's have a look at this. We'll slow it down. Where does it hit her and what's it going to do after it hits the pad? It's climbing. Oh, I mean, it's pretty close. Actually, it's probably going to hit the bails because it had flattened out, hadn't it, on the trajectory. But in a funny way, I think that's probably a good result because unfortunately it just didn't happen for Riakula in that innings. She burns a maiden first up. This is how the teams got here. SKK against PCS in the first semi. They won in a reduced game. Empire batted but didn't bowl in their semi. There's no doubt it's the best two teams, but I've got to say, who's on strike can make such a big difference in Sheridan, who's been, like I said, the batter of the tournament. She's coming off 50, but it's a strategic error not to have her facing. Now she will face, and it's the SKK captain, Hassan. Big innie. This wind will suit her. There's the first run of the innings. But especially in a 5-over game, who faces up? It's the only time at the beginning of the innings that you can choose as a batting team who faces. And I've got to say, that's quite a big error that they've made. Probably was hitting the stumps, that LBW. Just where it hit her, you always assume it's going to climb more, but if you look at the tail of the ball just before the pad, it's pretty flat, and it does hit her below the top of the bails. Oh, wow. Wow. Well done to Bowring. She's watching, and watching matters. Lisa Bowring doesn't fall for it. Could have been run out without facing a ball. And how about that? Hassan's been keeping that up her sleeve the whole time. Sheridan will get the first run off the bat. Bowring. Got to say, it's good play from her. This is what I actually say all the time. It's not difficult to not get man-catted. It's just you need to watch. She was watching. She wasn't going to leave until that arm came over. Hassan, well within her rights to try it. I suppose it is a 5-over game. Credit to the umpire of that LB. We've got to say, first instinct, I thought it was going over, but the replay proved the umpire right, I think. Bowring, this time it's personal. We'll get this one away for 4. The ultimate clap back from Lisa. He takes that big in-swinger and whacks it to the fence. Yeah, got to say as well, for Empire, electing to stick with Cooler at the top. She made 24 off 33 in the second semi-final. I'm not sure in a 5-over game she was the choice to open. And if she was opening, she shouldn't have been on strike. Anyway, that's all in the past now. Empire still favourites. The first boundary of the innings off the bat of Lisa Bowring. And I'll tell you what, if you're Sheridan right now, you are paying attention at the non-strikers end because Sheridan's the key batter. And if Hassan's tried it on Bowring, she might even try it again. So if you're Stella Sheridan here, you are watching that arm go over before you leave the crease. She does watch. This one's a wide. Hassan started her weekend with some control issues. It has kind of been rectified since then, but these windy conditions will test her. It does suit her stock ball, which I think is the in-swinger to the right-hander, left to right. What a game already. Snap from that cover drive. Bowring whacks it to cover, but it's stopped in the infield, just a single. Ani just referencing Nikhil Patel, aka Mankad Man from Krefeld. Yeah, for Cologne. Oh, good sweep shot there. That'll test the field. In fact, no chance for Rattray. That'll be 4. She plays that shot so well. She plays it sometimes in bizarre ways. We've even seen her hit a kind of a follow-through paddle that's gone to the offside, but Sheridan able to sweep it away, and immediately Empire have struck back in this second over. Remember, it's a 2-over power play. 1 over per bowler. Probably would have been a wide, but instead does get hit by Sheridan off the end of the bat. She'll take a single. So what's a good score in this game? Probably 50. Maybe pars around 50 for me. Windy conditions, probably hard to control the ball. Yeah, Mankad Man took a 6 for Anna Mankad in one game last year. Full toss asking for trouble. Tough stop, good stop. Tries to kick it back to her fielding companion. This is a final. Every run's going to matter. Bowring made good contact there. Yeah, talking about the Stella. It's a new type of new paddle. The offside paddle. She's played it twice. End of the over. 15 for 1. I think they're just checking if it is the end of the over. But, yeah, I'm not quite sure. Adian just referencing the Stella Sheridan shot. The Stella slap, we called it. So it's the end of the power play, 15 for 1. They scored all 15 runs off that over. So they catch up a fair bit. Now, this is one of the MVP hopes. Divya Unhale, who's going to bowl over number 3. If I was picking my MVP, it's probably between Unhale and Sheridan. Maybe it'll be who gets the better of this final drama. It was worth waiting for. I won't quite say it's a twilight game because the sunset here in Finland's about 11 p.m. Currently it's 7:20. But anyway. I think the clock's adjusted, as you can see, so 16 minutes to bowl 4 overs. Bat on ball here. Is stopped by Hassan. Yes, I don't want to harp on the first over, but one thing you want to see is intent. And you've got 10 wickets to play with in a 5-over game. We just didn't see that intent from Empire in the first over. A moment you can learn from. It's going to be wide and an extra one as it does get away from Leah Martin, who's doing a pretty good job behind the stumps for SKK in the series. Yeah, Annie, he was the man that called Nikhil Mankad Man in Krefeld, and I assume we'll see him playing. I haven't quite seen the teams that we'll see yet. Full toss, hit pretty well. Koya will clean up. Just a single. Lifted up and just a single for Sheridan. got one here again. Harley doing a good job. Yeah, so basically, it's Empire almost with a 1-over handicap after that wicket made in the first over. And Koyo, if they win this SKK, she'd be a good shout for player of the match. You can't do much better than a 0-run over as a bowler. Lifted up over the top and out of the ground. Maximo! Sheridan provides. It was a no-doubter off the bat, picked up. It's a hittable length, I suppose, if you've got the power, if you've got the technique, and Stella does. Game-changing before your very eyes. 6 runs, so valuable in a shortened contest. It wasn't a bad ball by any means. It was a challenge kind of a length, and Stella was up for the challenge. With the wind as well at the moment, which is kind of favouring the leg side to the right-hander. So they've caught up that over. I probably think 10 and overs par in this game, and they've caught up now, basically. 9.5 technically. They're on 51 expected. Wants to go again, lifted up. It is going to be dropped. Oh, the one-on-one battle between Hassan and Sheridan continues. They got some recent history. There was an attempted run out, backing up, and then there was a 4 that Sheridan hit off Hassan, and then Hassan had the opportunity to take the catch. She wasn't able. So let's have a look to tomorrow. Now, I had some questions about what time things are starting. Pretty early, so it's going to start at 5:45 a.m. GMT, which is 7:45 in Central Europe. Just checking if that's still current, because it might have been updated since then. Yeah, actually, that is correct. 5:45 a.m. GMT, 7:45 in Central Europe, and 11:15 a.m. in India. So it's quite an early start. It's a good kind of half an hour earlier than we were starting here. Starting with Emi Plovdiv taking on Trakia Spartans there against the Ravens, which are CC Academic Sofia are now known as the MUS Academic Ravens. Bulgaria probably has the most complicated names in ECS cricket also. We'll see Sofia Stars there. I think they don't play their games until the second day. It's a 6-team tournament. It'll run for 7 days. Rico Fool has just made his flight. Oh, so Sheridan gets the strike back. Could have been caught last over. Roundtray with the 4th. It all happens in the 4th. It's a 5-over game. Pop up. Won't carry. Now you're at the stage, you're running for most things. I mean, you do have 2 genuine boundary hitters at the crease. So you don't really want to run out. Sheridan's hitting could be the difference between the 2 teams here, but we know SKK, they'll have the right of reply. Bale just blew off there, but all good now. Good strike straight over the bowler's head. Might think of 2 here, Sheridan thinking about taking it on. Good throw, might have her in trouble, but it doesn't get there. That's good scramble from the Empire Lionesses on the prowl here, undefeated in the series. They don't want their only loss to be in the final. We've seen it happen before. Bowering. That one swings out actually against the wind from Roundtrade. That's what I mean. The ball for the women's game is it's more or less 10% lighter than the men's ball as well. It just means it does kind of get picked up by the wind a little bit more. Whacks it, but it is going to go for a boundary. We'll have to check if this is 4 or 6. It was Kogo down there at the kind of 45 on the boundary. Gets a good piece. Bit of a top edge though. She just misjudged it slightly, and it goes for 4. That tells me that if she was 2 meters further back, it would have been a more comfortable catching height, but it'll be 4. The Empire Lionesses, they are striking back here after a scoreless first over. Since then, 36 off 2.5. I think that's okay, So yeah, scoreless in the first over. Then, since then, they've gone at 13 and a half and over, which is definitely overs. It's been more battle and ball, a bit more intent since Bowring's come to the crease. She's very experienced. Hear the wind in the effects mics. Got to say a big thank you not only to the crew but also to our TV crew at Two Circles. I mean, that means that they'll be delayed, probably going to go over by an hour compared to what we should have done, and there's still a lot of work to be done, but huge thank you on behalf of us to Two Circles, and let's hear it for them in the chat as well. Him and the crew, Marta and Dennis here. I would say they'd be doing it till after dark, but I hope not, because it doesn't really get dark here at all. Big effort from everyone involved. 38 then. Last ball of the fourth coming up. In the air, doesn't carry, good block. And now they, almost an overthrow, but it'll just be a single. Sheridan retains the strike. Good partnership building here. And with 1 over remaining, Empire 39 for 1. I had a question from Adian. What's my favourite team name in ECS cricket? Good question. I've got a few, but the first one that comes to mind is a team that, I don't know if we'll see them in Kiel this year, but back in 2021, there was a team called First Contact. And I nicknamed them the Aliens. I don't think it was actually their nickname, but I just like that. And I think they were actually sponsored by a service that was intending to help recently immigrated people kind of access services and settle into the community, which I think is really nice as well. So I'm going to go with First Contact. Someone you've just joined us, you probably don't remember them from, I think it was May in 2021. All right, last overtime. Angelique Jones is going to bowl it. Okay, Sheridan, time to take off any shackles she may have had. Good strike. They'll get one. Will they think of two? Will they take on the arm? They're going to take it on, or they're not going to take it on. I think Sheridan decided no, but Bowring was pretty clever there. She had a look at the throw and then thought, no, I can make it. And she's probably right. Kind of saw the throw. Wasn't particularly getting back to the middle quickly. Had a good secondary kind of backup. But anyway, Bowring will take the strike. Good start by Jones. Good ball. Bit short and laced by Bowring. And that's good fielding from off the field. Yeah, we've got barefoot coaches. My commentary box, and Rhino would tell you this if he was here, it is a swamp. And actually, I stepped on Rhino's side and my foot actually went through the surface. What a good hit by Bowring. All right. This time Hassan will pick up. Keep that to 1. So that was almost the thought of an overthrow. Three balls remaining. Sheridan, can she put one over the ropes? Pretty good ball, but great shot. And it's going to get through for 4. It was a shot that deserved 4. It was a cracking cover drive from Stella Sheridan. Well, he's more than missed 360. She's about missed 380. She's even created angles with her patented Stella slap shot. But that was a traditional cover drive that was just a bit too spicy for Sound Shah. So now we're looking at a 50s chase. What a recovery from Empire after that horrendous first over. Wide will bring up the 50. But what a shot from Sheridan. Showing she can go the other way. And if the MVP was in doubt, this is the kind of innings that might decide it. I mean, and Harley's got good numbers. And like I said, she'll have the right of reply. That's in the zone to hit, and it will be hit. It's going to be 4. Jones gets it wrong, and Sheridan stepping up, the captain. Getting the Lionesses up and about. Yeah, and Harley went for 13 in the final in her only over. Past 7:30, but still plenty of sunlight. Like I said, the sun only goes down at 11 p.m. here. Last ball coming up. Run till you run out. Here we go. 54 plus this for the Lionesses. Hit well. That could go as well. It does go for 4. What a knock from Sheridan. 29 off 12 in the final. Didn't face a ball in the first over. Like I said, a huge strategic error to have her 22 yards from duty. But she's good enough to catch up. And what a partnership. A 58-run partnership in 4 overs from Sheridan and Bowring. And Empire, a very healthy 58 for 1. And what can you say, Kula? She came out. She wasn't really able to get the ball off the pitch. And that one she does go after. It was dicey, I think, live, but I think it's the right call. But that brought Bowring to the crease, and she went about the task of turning this innings around. And Sheridan, obviously, she's in brilliant form at the moment. Coming off the only 50 of the series. She launched that one for the only maximum of the 5 overs. But there were opportunities, weren't there? A couple of testing catches, but also some brilliant stroke play. That one, I know it was hit hard, but Shah would be disappointed she didn't stop it. And a couple of balls, I think that the wind might have taken down the leg side. It's a pretty stiff breeze. But Lionesses, it says a lot. They weren't rattled by that first over, despite it being a non-scorer. And yeah, quite amazingly, they get 58 off the next 4. So they they end up going at 14.5 and over in the 4 overs that they actually scored. 29 for Sheridan, continues her good day with the bat. Certainly a good MVP chance. Bowring with 21 off 12, critically important as well. Kula, of course, frustrated in that first over, but I suppose the slight disappointing thing was that she was probably overvaluing her wicket, but that's something she'll learn from, obviously. We've seen her have some good moments out there with the bat. 8 extras, which isn't too bad actually in a 5-over game, especially considering the conditions. 59 to win for SKK, who will have to bat very, very well. But I also think they've got batters that can go at that kind of rate. They basically need to go 12 and over for their innings. Koyo was brilliant in the first. She got it right. Kula, just couldn't really pick up what she was putting down. 1 for none. But then the run started to flow. And those other overs, 15, 13, 11, 19. Basically, that adds up to 58, which is what the Lionesses are defending. We'll take a very quick break and we're back with the exciting conclusion of the series. SKK would love to pinch the trophy, but it's not going to be easy. 59 between them and Glory. Lionesses want to stay undefeated and defend this 58 to be the champions. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network. We'll see you after a short break for the exciting and much anticipated conclusion of this European Cricket Series.
just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Hello ECN aficionados and welcome back to Finland for the final time in our Finnish week-long adventure, and it's blue skies and sunshine that greet us for the final 5 overs of what's been a really entertaining ECS-W. Of course, there's the revised conditions. This was pushed back and back and back, and eventually we're able to get a 5-over game in. 2 over power play, 1 over per bowler. We should go to around about 8 o'clock local here, but it is worth it, I think, to see the enthusiasm and the kind of buzz that is around the ground. And really, this is what European cricket's all about. If you just joined us, well, where have you been? But also, I can tell you, Linus has won the toss. They batted 58 for 1 off their 5 overs. Remarkably, the first over was a wicket maiden, but then 58 off the next 4 overs. And the Lionesses, I think, are a good, probably 10 above par, 8 or 10 above par. And it's going to have to be an incredible batting effort from SKK. But, as we get ready for the response, of course, all eyes on the middle and need to have a good start. I mean, I know Empire didn't, but it's hard to see SKK falling behind and kind of catching up the way that we saw. I will say they've got some very talented batters out there. And they're going to go with Roundtree to open up. Again, who faces is pretty important. Unhale, who I think is probably the real key to the innings. She's at the non-strikers end. Bales go down. We've had wind warnings, and it is windy, I will say that. But it's also sunny. This is how we start. The stumps at non-strikers end. Lose a bail. Attempted umpire clothesline. Lisa's fine. Lisa, remember, she survived that run-out attempt backing up. And now she's got the ball in her hand. 59 between SKK and the trophy, and the first one's going to be a wide. Sheridan doing the keeping. Just got to break it down and try and get 12 and over. That's probably the simple, but it's basically what you got to do. Can you get 12 off this first? I'll get past the Barry, but she goes down. Hope she's all right here. She stepped and extended herself. Lisa Bowering, let's have a look at it on the replay. Oh, there's the slip. And I just hope she's all right. It's coming from the pitch area to the non-pitch area. You know, Lisa, she's tough as nails. I'm so glad that she's walking away from that. It's just she felt an unexpected way. And she's going to continue. Again, these players have been hard as nails this weekend. I'm so happy that Lisa is able to continue the over. No run off that one. Now in the air, but only momentarily. I think there's probably two ways that you can guarantee a win here if you're Empire. One is to stop the boundaries. Two is to make sure you don't bowl too many extras in this 5. And Harley, well, she is very, very capable of a big innings here. Can she do it? First one heading down the leg side, but it's a dot ball. It's a little win. It's very hard to see Unhale going cheaply and SKK winning. Oh, goes after. It's a good shot, and it's going to go all the way. Maximo! Wow, there you go. There's the power. Bottom hand comes into play. Again, wasn't a terrible ball. You need to be aggressive and you need to take risks. Even if you're a talented player, you're going to have to go out of your comfort zone. That's where Diviger's living right now. Hello to Amjad Sher as well, saying what a great over from Koyok. But amazing comeback for the Lionesses, and this is how they roll. Great knock from Stella. Of course, big Empire fan, Amjad. That one's dropping, so it'll be a dot ball heading down the leg side. This Rhino, by the way, is probably already back in Switzerland by the time that he's watching this. Even with a 6, it's still not a bad over. As long as this doesn't go to the boundary, Empire have beaten the battle with 12. Cut away nicely. Partial knockdown. It's maybe not a bad single. As Unhale will retain the strike. End of the first over, 9 without loss. This is the power. This is the kind of tension that makes you a better cricketer. You've got to get the nerves jangling. 31 matches since a golden ball, and I will say we did start our week with a golden ball. Could we finish with a golden ball final? I know our crew from 2 Circles probably won't be thrilled with that either, because it means we'll go even later. Okay, second over coming up. Remember, you do need to still use 5 bowls. It's a 5 over match. It's not like a 3 over game where you can kind of go with your top 3 and that's it. And they're going to go with Anchal Kula. Over number 2. Second over is still a power play over. She's trying to get a mid on, mid off pretty straight. Remember, you can only have 2 outfielders. They've got deep backward square. They've got deep mid wicket. And Harley on strike. First one goes for a wide. This is pressure. Yeah, when you have a bizarre day weather-wise and you have something quite unusual, which is to have a final like this, starting so late, everyone's been waiting around. Sometimes the cricket gods reward you with a game worth waiting for. Better ball, but it's crunched down to the ground. Full toss and Maximo. And Harley just kind of feel if she's able to get her team home here, she's the MVP. If not, it's probably going to Sheridan. I mean, maybe it's that simple, maybe it's not. Kulak gives a trademark little shoulder shake saying, that's fine. It's a good shot. Can they create and can they get the opportunity here? Lionesses, can they hold a catch maybe if it's offered? Slight miss hit this time. Ground fielding's important. Ground fielding's done. Just a single. Suppose if Unhale, if you don't get her out, the next best thing is to keep her off strike. So I think here, probably looking to squeeze a little bit in the field and prevent that single. Because the overs can tick by very, very quickly. Few people have the golden ball tingle. Why not? Roundtrade's got a role to play. She's only faced 2 balls so far. Anchal Kula. Pretty good ball, but equal to it is Roundtrade. Great sliding stop. They might think of 2. They'll probably get there. Ends up bouncing off to Halleck, who will fire it back in. What drama, what theatre here in this first ever ECS-W final in Finland. Roundtrade likes that kind of standing sweep. Just a wide, not far away. Not a bad spot to miss as well. I suppose, yeah, you don't want to go short down the leg side. That's going to be problems. Rautrey's strongest shot. But we've seen Unhale, her ability to clear the boundaries off those full balls and use her feet. Pretty good shot. You could hear the grunt. Halleck comes in and makes no mistake. Keeps that to 1. Good game. Really good game. Nerves. Pressure. Stakes. Oh, it's a brilliant shot over the offside, and that's going to be 6. Maybe that's the shot of the day. Maximo! Oh, it wasn't a bad ball at all, but Unhale showing that class. She took a little skip step. She got closer to the bounce of the ball and elevated over cover for 6. And this game right now is a 50-50 proposition. I think at some point you feel like Unhale might make a mistake, and can you cash it in? Last ball the over, she probably wants 1 here. Or does she just go big again? She does, and it's an absolute monster out of the ground. Maximo! Well, I thought the shot before might have been shot of the day, but that one was even bigger. Look at the footwork, look at the technique. And right now, unbelievably, SKK ahead in the chase. 3 Maximos in the over, and somehow it goes for 24-33 without loss after 2. And I said it, Unhale, if she gets her team home, I think she's the MVP. If not, I think Sheridan will probably get it. I suppose time will tell, but what a shot off the last ball of the over. Rautrey facing up. I think you got to gamble a little bit and just try and get some dot ball pressure. Wasn't the worst over from Cooler either, but Unhale just kind of went up a level. Halleck is going to get the 3rd over. I haven't seen too much of her. This is one of these times where I think with Rautrey you'd probably keep the field up, but Unhale you kind of got to put him back and at least try to get her off strike. They do push the mid off back. Go with 4 outfielders. Here we go. Halleck doesn't get the first one right. Pretty good take actually from Stella, because that hit the kind of little ridge on the pitch. Back to business. Better ball. That's good ball. Little bit of a nervous look around from Ragnar, but that definitely took the inside bit of the line. Geez, if you could keep dialing those up, you would. It didn't really go in with the wind, as I thought it might. It's kind of held its line. Can come up with a match changing over. Well bowled again. Like I said, your next best bet is to keep Unhale away from the action. I'd definitely have the mid-wicket and the cover in a little bit, just trying to stop that single by any means necessary. Rautrey's going to be itchy to get off strike. She's 4 off 6. Halleck coming back well after a slightly shaky first delivery. There's that favourite pull. Well, here, it could be a chance. They go to the keeper's end. I actually think that was very smart because Unhale, she's the one you'd really love to get, and it was a kind of quarter opportunity to get her rather than attack the bowler's end, which was probably more chance of a run out, but the reward wasn't as sweet, was it? But here, this is a good contest coming up. They go back at long on, long off. Rautrey watches on Unhale, 26 off 8. A little bit of a cutaway, and that could go as well. Excellent shot selection from Divya Unhale, who just spotted that there's a gap here as well. Brilliant shot because she's been very good off the front foot, but it just shows she's not kind of locked into any particular shot in advance. She waited, she saw that ball. It was cuttable. It wasn't a bad ball by any means from Halleck. Fine leg moves across, so no fine leg now. Divya, she might even target that fine leg area. Bit of a chase the ball, perhaps. Oh, close. I think I've got a feeling this is out. It was very good bowling. Drew her forward. Does she get there? No, I think she's just in. I was worried about the bat bounce, and it did kind of bounce just down at the critical moment. Or is it? Let's go back. I'll try and find the right frame. We'll go back. We'll roll it back. We'll roll it from the start. Let's have a look. There's a bat bounce there. When it hits, I think she hasn't bounced, but then I just don't know. That's not it. It'll be the next one, probably the next frame. There, I think you can't really give that out. I think she's just in. But I mean, it's a difficult call. They'd probably go with umpire's call, and it's not out. It's a good bit of work. Sheridan was a little bit further up. She's probably taking that stumping easily, but then maybe Unhale doesn't charge. 20 off 13 required. We got a grandstand finish here. I'm standing up in the swamp. Last ball of the over. Alex bowled well. And this one's hit hard into the gap. That'll be 4. So 10 runs off the over. It's around about the required rate at the moment. Halleck, I thought, bowled very well. She held her own in that battle. But Unhale's in, and she is laser focused at the moment. That is the end of the over. And the score's 43 without loss. Oh, if Empire do go down, they are going to rue that first over. I know about that. Rico is, I think, right now on the plane to Bulgaria, where there'll be 5 matches tomorrow with Plovdiv take on Tracky in the first game, Spartans and the Ravens, and also Sophia Stars there. Sophia Stars had a memorable victory actually back in the ECL against Skanderborg. We ended up making the top 4 of Denmark. Anyway, biggest over of the tournament so far. City Agrawal is going to bowl it. Rautray on strike. Oh, it's a cracking shot. Can it be stopped? It won't be stopped. Oh, what a shot by Rautray. Cracking that straight. Can't hit a ball better than that. And you can see the 2 fielders, they weren't too far away, but there's no chance. They're odds on now. 12 off 11. Needed turning point Lionesses. They just haven't been able to create a chance so far in this innings. Hit hard, and that's going to be 4 as well. 50's up for SKK. And Rautray responds to the call with back-to-back boundaries. And for the Lionesses, could be heartbreak at the last hurdle. What a series this has been. No matter who wins, it's been a wonderful showcase of what's happening in the women's game in this part of Europe. Surely now, I mean, you need, well, there go, the stumps have gone down. That's how windy it is. In fact, both stumps have gone down. Okay, can you win? Yes. How can you win? Probably need to save singles and risk losing quickly to try and get back in the game. So probably, especially with Rautray on strike, even though I know she just hit 2 4s, I think you need to try and find a way to stop that single. The mid wicket isn't in the circle at the moment. Wide, that doesn't help either. They don't have a fielder in the circle in leg side region. 7 to win. I mean, the Lionesses, credit to them. They wanted to play this game as much as anyone. They wanted that winning moment. SKK just as much. Oh, she wasn't ready. She wasn't ready at all. That'd be a dead ball. You could see she wasn't ready. I don't think this is a no ball. I think it's a dead ball. I don't think so. I don't think you can't. Yeah, it'll be a dead ball. It is not a ball, but it's not a no ball. 7 to win off 10. Okay, that's good, I think. Yeah, hits the line. It did hit the line. It's a game of millimeters. Yeah, I'm not seeing things. That's definitely got some of the line. 7 off 9. Need more dots. Ideally a wicket, Lionesses. Oh, this one is called a no ball, called on the field. Let's have a look. It was dropping though, but not quick enough. Umpire, probably a fair call. Probably coming down, but only to the waist. Free hit now. And 5 runs required. I know it's going to be a heartbreaking loss for the Lionesses, but they can still be so proud of what they've achieved this weekend. They put on a real show. Cricket's a funny game, especially ultra short form cricket. 5 to win. 4 to win. Still free hit in play. Any boundary can win it now. Yes, I mean, obviously your heart goes out to the Lionesses, but SKK, they've bided their time. They've actually had issues, just like all the other teams, of not being able to play full games, and they've been cost the opportunity for wins, I think, by the rain as well. So let's be very fair about that. Up in the air, got to catch it. Doesn't. There was the opportunity. Now maybe it's too little, too late anyway. It wasn't an easy catch by any means. It's Hanchal Kula down there, still on the move, and just burst through the hands. 3 to win then. Shoelace, probably fitting way to finish the series. We started with a shoelace. The other thing is, if they win this, I know Unhale, probably player of the match, but what about Mari Kojo? Kojo with a wicket maiden to start. The other thing is, if they don't get it, the clock is an issue as well. But you wouldn't want it to be that way, surely. You want to give him that winning moment. All right, in the air, it's going, it is stopped. So, I suppose, this final, I don't think it matters too much that it's 5 overs versus 10. I just think you've got to say SKK have outplayed Empire. What they would give for a handful more runs now. 2 to win. It's going to be up. It's going to be over the top. It's going to be the win for SKK. And they'll bring it up with a boundary. Unhale, or maybe heading for not just the winner's trophy, but maybe the MVP as well. And SKK a boil over in the final. And has a cruel twist of fate, perhaps, to Empire. They go down with 1 over to spare. And there was 1 over at the start of the innings that they did not score from. But this is SKK's moment. The Helsinki and Kerava Club will celebrate this victory for a long time, I'm sure about that. But I've got to say, my hat goes off to every single player that took the field this weekend. You had to be courageous. You had to be brave. You had to come together as a team, and all the teams here have. SKK, they have pulled off a big chase in the final, and they'll win the game with 6 balls to spare. Who knows? If you take those 6 balls away, maybe we would have had a golden ball. We will never know. This is what's coming up in Bulgaria. By the way, because of the pack up, we won't be showing the trophy ceremony. Have a look at our social media at European Cricket, and you'll see who won the MVP. Because I know there's nothing official yet. Let's have a look at the highlights, though. And the ability to clear the boundaries. There were 4 sixes in this innings, but some of them were absolute beauts of cricket shots. And you know what good players do? They bring their best when the pressure is on. And Harley certainly did. I thought that was good. This was even better. That was 6 on any field. Hallett came on. I think her over was pretty good, but Divya, she was just kind of in. She survived what was a very tight stumping appeal. I think that was the right decision given the video evidence available, but just the ability to hit the boundaries, that's what gets SKK over the line. And for Empire Lionesses, again, they were undefeated, but also, they had the benefit of having completed games in their kind of 3 games, whereas SKK didn't. So I think you have to realise that as well. But that was the moment the win came up and the celebration started. But once again, just want to reiterate, a huge job by everyone on and off the field to get that final on. And in the end, cricket decided the outcome, and SKK were the ones that would get the victory. Routray was a little bit slow, but then back-to-back boundaries at a really opportune moment put them kind of ashore of the chase. And Harley with a critical 39 not out, and I think every chance that she will be the player of the match. Although, like I said, Koyo, if you look at how they won and why they won, she would also be a very legitimate choice. She bowled a wicket maiden and cost the Lionesses an over of scoring, which probably was the difference. It was a great game. Like I said, we won't be televising the presentation tonight for many reasons, logistical reasons. And I can tell you, though, that Rico is standing by. Nice early start, like I said, tomorrow. Nice if you like to get up early. 5:45 a.m. GMT, which is 7:45 in Central Europe, and 11:15 in India. 5 matches the first day of the ECS Bulgaria. So it will just roll on. I just want to remind everyone, if you are watching, please like this video and subscribe to the channel. I know it's been a long, long day, but moments like that make it all worthwhile. And to everyone out there, like I said, subscribe to the channel if you haven't already and like the video. Our social media at European Cricket. That's where you'll get the player of the day, and there's a few to choose from. And don't forget, also, our website, europeancricket.com. But for now, Vinny Sandu, Mr. Max, on behalf of Andrew Ryan, had to go a little bit early, but on behalf of all the ECN team and everyone in the European Cricket family, thanks once again for your patience. I'm going to check out of the swamp. I'm off for a little while, but you'll probably hear me a little bit from the studio, but I'll be back, I think, on the ground in Wimbledon live. But before then, I will definitely be, tuning in, and also you'll hear me, like I said, a few times from the studio just to cover some of the other commentators. We've got a busy, busy month of July coming up. But for now, Vinny Sandy, Mr. Maximo, hope you have a wonderful end to your weekend, and see you tomorrow live on ECN for more European Cricket Network cricket. The ECS Bulgaria is coming up tomorrow, but until then, enjoy these highlights. A final day, a wild and woolly but very memorable day in Finland. Signing off for now. Hasta pronto. Enjoy these highlights.
Move my body back and forth. 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 Move my body. Move my body and forth. Move my body back 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 and forth. Move my body.
Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine.